you came up. You're in the show. That says on air. You on the air. Can you hear? No, no. Don't use this. Move that back and forth. You want to go this way? That way. Good morning and greetings from Tuskegee, Alabama, the home of Tuskegee University, the pride of the swift-growing South. My name is Johnny Ford. This time in 1972, I was elected as the first African-American mayor in the history of Tuskegee, Alabama, inspired by the National Black Political Convention of 1972. Just as I was elected, blacks were elected all over America, inspired by that convention, which was convened in Gary, Indiana, by the late Mayor Dick Hatcher and Brother Baraka from Newark. Thousands came and they were inspired to go back across America to get registered to vote and to get involved in the political process. 1972 was the beginning of a black political revolution in America. 4 years ago, in 2016, the National Policy Alliance, once again, we coordinated the second National Black Political Convention, hosted again by Mayor Richard Hatcher and the mayor of Gary, Indiana, the present mayor at that time, and Mayor Baraka from Newark, New Jersey, the son of the original Baraka who co-hosted the first convention. Here again, blacks, leaders from every walk of life came to Gary, Indiana, and again, we were energized by the National Black Political Convention. Black folk went back across America, and in the election of 2018, once again, we saw a political revolution come to pass, where we got enough people elected to the Congress to take back the House of Representatives. Black people were elected at every level because of the racist, mean policies of Donald Trump. Black people were inspired to go to the polls in 2018, and once again, we were elected. Now, here we are, coming to you from the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. I can remember when Marion Barry said to Mr. Reagan, Mr. Reagan, you run the White House, but I shall run the City House as mayor of Washington, D.C. I'm here to tell you today that black people, once again, here we are, 2020, convening a national black political convention. We must get inspired because Donald Trump must go. We must dump Trump and we must elect Joe Biden and Kamala Harris as our president and vice president. Why must we do this? We must do it in order to save America. Not only to redeem the soul of America, we must save America because of the lack of leadership by Donald Trump. More than 200,000 people have died in this country, and more will die because this man does not care about America. And so this National Black Political Convention is the time and the place for us to revitalize our energy and our focus. And we must go back across America and get every person registered to vote. We must elect people at every level, because the 2020 election is the most important election in the history of the United States of America. I am honored. I can tell you I'm honored to join with Webster Guillory, the Honorable Webster Guillory, who served as the assessor in Orange County for many years, was a leader of the county officials, black county officials in America. He and I, back in 1985, came together, and we have been working together ever since that time. And then in 2005, we re-established the National Policy Institute, the National Policy Alliance, which was originally established by the Joint Center for Political and Economic Study. This National Policy Alliance today is a voice of more than 16,000 black elected and appointed officials from across America and around the globe. Black leaders from the Congressional Black Caucus, the National Black Caucus of State Legislators, the National Black Caucus of Local Elected Officials, the National Conference of Black Mayors or the African American Mayors, the National School Board Association, the Black School Board Association, the National Bar Association and Judicial Council, which represents more than 40,000 black lawyers and judges across the country. Blacks in Government, which represents more than 3 million black government employees at every level. The National Policy Alliance, it is our honor to convene this National Black Political Convention. I want to thank Mrs. Linda Haycott for all that she has done to make this possible, and her staff of devoted volunteers like Dr. Ife Williams and the Honorable C. Virginia Fields, Leslie Baskerville. I could go on and on and on, and many of them you will hear from today, because during this convention, we would not only deal with politics, we would deal with economics, because politics and economics go together like love and marriage. You can't have one without the other. We would deal with the criminal justice system, which continues to take the lives of black men and especially black women. Reform this criminal justice system in our country. We would deal with health care. Like President Barack Obama, the National Policy Alliance was called upon by President Obama to share his dream of making accessible and affordable health care available for all Americans. And so we sat across the table at the White House with President Obama, and he asked us to go back across America and mobilize people and get them in support of the Affordable Care Act. That act was made law. Now it is being threatened again. More so because Donald Trump is rushing to appoint another person to the Supreme Court, a person who he feels will destroy the Affordable Care Act, who will be his pawn on the Supreme Court. That is why we must vote now like we have never voted before. to make sure that Donald Trump does not destroy our democracy. He wants someone on the Supreme Court, just in case he loses the election. He's going to lose this election, because I'm convinced that the American people, I'm talking to you from the grassroots of America. I'm out here with the people, and the people are saying enough is enough. Too many people have already died because of the lack of leadership of Donald Trump. He is going to lose this election, and the reason why he's going to lose it is because as black folk, we're going to vote. I know we're going to vote like we have never voted before. And so this convention will give you a roadmap, Black America, as it relates to politics, economics, education, criminal reform, health, and so many other issues will come out of this conference today. Again, it is my honor to convene now and call to order the 2020 Black Political Convention. Those of you who are tuning in from around America and from around the world, let us go forth from this place and go tell it on the mountains, over the hills and everywhere, that we will not despair until we have justice and equality in the United States of America and in this world. And the way we intend to obtain that justice and equality is by using the power of the ballot. These hands that once picked cotton will now pick the next president and vice president of the United States of America, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. God bless you. May the rose rise to meet you. May the wind be always at your back. May the sun shine warmly upon your faces, and may the rains fall softly upon your fields. And until we meet at the polls, may God Almighty continue to hold each of you in the palm of his hand. Let the convention begin. Thank you.
Good morning. Am I on? Good morning, everyone. I think I'm on. I'm on the air. Good morning, Johnny. Thank you for that rousing greeting this morning and getting everything situated and set up. I will not even attempt to add to that. It was a beautiful presentation, setting the stage for what we're planning to do today and in the weeks and months to come. This morning, I wanted to say to all of you that plan to participate in this event, what an honor it is to be alive in this time, special time. With all the difficulties and everything, we have an opportunity to make a difference in our country for our children and our grandchildren to come. So for all of you who are gathering in this effort, in this purpose to inform people today, it is extremely important. I want to also thank and recognize Mayor Johnny Ford for the many years that he has invested in this process, the process of National Policy Alliance, the National Conference of Black Mayors. There's so many things. For every event, it takes leadership. And we talk about leadership a lot these days. Those of us who provide it, those have been providing leadership over all the years, and then those who are not providing leadership at this critical time in this juncture of our history in this country. So I want to say thank you, Johnny. Also want to say thank you to Linda Heathcock Taylor, who's been providing that leadership as our ED, and to Liz, the staff, who's been providing support. I want to recognize you guys on the front end of what we're doing today for the many years of service to this operation. Also want to remember and say the names of Congressman Julian Dixon and State Senator Clarence Mitchell III and Mayor Ford, the individuals, the other three individuals who started this process along with me, and I'll throw myself in that group that started this process back in 1983. And I also want to say the name of Shirley Chisholm today, She was our first speaker for the National Policy Alliance as we set about creating this operation to bring all of us together and to make these many things happen. And also say the name Eddie Williams, who was at the Joint Center at the time, the director of the Joint Center, who made this process come forward. To all the current presidents and the leadership of the National Policy Alliance and the organizations that helped to keep this body strong, I want to say good morning to you all and Godspeed to you as we go into this year and as you direct the operations of your organizations into this year and helping us to get out the vote and make people aware of what's happening. So I want to thank you for your leadership over so many years. To this day, there is much to look forward to and much to do to help create our next history. Things are changed. Things always change. But we're up to this challenge. And I'm so happy to see so many of our young people, our children, grandchildren, joining in, out marching and carrying on, saying the names of individuals that we need to remember and help us along this way. So to all of you to this day, Godspeed to this day. Remember that we need to get folks out to vote and take that challenge, each of us, upon yourself to make sure we're going to do something. Make a plan. This year, more than ever, we're going to have to make a plan and have a plan in place. Can't just get up on the morning to vote and plan on showing up. You have to plan to show up 3 to 4 days in advance and look at how you're going to do it and what is going to be required for you to cast your vote in the country. So to all of you, I want to say thank you again, Liz, Linda, staff, to Johnny Ford again. Thank you, thank you, thank you for your great leadership. At this time, I'm going to hand off to Denise.
Hi, good morning, and thank you for joining us for the third National Black Political Convention. Our theme is policies, opportunities, strategies, and timing. My name is Denise Tyler, and today we will be discussing issues and developing strategies for effective policy changes. What we will hear next, I'll start the service for our panel discussions. We will hear from Energy and Environment. We know and we care. The presider is Linda Hayscock Taylor. Guest panelist, Vincent White, CET Technologies. Charlie Drevna, petroleum industry expert. And Walter McLeod, Carbon Creed. During the dialogue, once they come on, during the dialogue, if you have questions, please place them in the comment section at the end of each session. Time permitting, we will be answering your questions. As we're moving along to the panel discussions, we'd like to reiterate and thank Mayor Ford for the introduction and Honorable Webster Gilby for the welcome, and encourage everybody to vote, to get out and vote, and to get out and talk to your neighbors. It is a crucial time. Being in politics as long as I have, never seen a time as we're in right now. So encouraging, I guess we can't say it enough, you'll hear it all day today, is go out and exercise your right to vote.
Good morning. I'm Linda Hayscock Taylor. I am so happy to have everyone here with me. This has been a really different experience for all of us all around the country. I know we're communicating and coming together differently. So Dr. Lisa, who has been our guide through all this, if you can pull up our panel, we are ready to go. Good morning, Charlie.
Morning, Linda.
Good morning, Walter.
Good morning, Linda.
And I know Vincent is sitting there. He'll be pulled up in a second. This has been very different for all of us. We have to admit, it's the world we're in, and very different. I can honestly say that I have never experienced anything like this, trying to convene not just a meeting, but talk about some important issues that we all have to. But while we're waiting for Vincent to pull up, I know he is online. So Dr. Lisa, if you find him, he did say he's online. So if we can just get him in here, that would be great. So the first question I'd like to, or not question, but I'd like you each to do is to just provide a little perspective and a little direction on what you do and how it impacts what we're doing today. So Walter, if you wouldn't mind starting, please.
Oh, sure. Again, thank you, Linda, for this opportunity to be a part of this historic convening. And good to see you, Charlie. And it's going to be a great panel. And also to all you attendees listening, I hope that you gain something from what this panel has to offer. So my name is Walter McLeod. I'm the managing director of Eco Capital Companies, where we work on clean technology and solar development. We also help shape the nation's policy around electric transportation and mobility issues. In the context of this panel, though, I'm coming as the founder of Carbon Creed, which is a newsletter that we publish for people who are woke on carbon and climate issues. So every week, 1,000 weekly readers look to our newsletter to give them a sense of a different take on carbon and climate and electrification and how it's going to affect our country now and in the future. To give you just a little sense of things that I would like to be focusing on, I'm going to give you a couple of statistics that I think are really important. First of all, before the pandemic, the solar industry was the fastest growing job sectors in the United States, and that is shown by the Bureau of Labor. The U.S., a second fact, is shifting to low carbon energy, and the fastest growing part of that generation mix has been renewable energy, with natural gas just behind it. The third fact, and this is the troubling part, African Americans have been and continue to be significantly underrepresented in the energy sector. Whether you're talking, legacy energy, or you're talking about, clean technology, we are not there. And so this trend got to stop. We believe that this decade is the beginning of a new chapter. Certainly, it's going to be a real shift. We're seeing this in the corporate sector, and the emphasis on climate and sustainability. And we need to make sure that African Americans are going to be a part of that transition. So I'm going to talk at length about equity and opportunity as we transition to a low carbon economy.
Thank you so much. Charlie Drevna, my friend.
Yes, ma'am.
You have
We
the
are.
floor.
All right. Thanks so much, Linda. I want I'm so honored to be invited back again. I was very honored and privileged to be a participant in the earlier convention in Gary that Mayor Ford talked about, and again, honored to be here. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about energy, but I'm going to talk a lot about how energy and everything that's going on around us is intertwined. So, really, and to me, energy is the lifeblood of a healthy, thriving economy. With an abundant supply of reliable and affordable, efficient energy, opportunity and prosperity, can abound. Now, I know maybe a lot of you are already thinking, what's this guy who represented the fossil fuel industry for 48 years, starting a speech here? No. These aren't pious words. That's what I bet you're thinking. But what I want to get it down to is, how does this impact you, your families, your friends and communities, and the concerns and worries that you have daily? So, in my thoughts, I want you to envision an equilateral triangle. And I even brought along audiovisual aids. Yeah, equilateral triangle. And on this triangle, and you can put anyone you want, but there's energy, the economy, and the environment. They will forever be entwined. They must be addressed in concert if there is to be that opportunity and that prosperity that we all look for. So, okay, this is an energy panel, so let's begin with energy. You know, when prices skyrocket, when there are shortages, either natural or man-made, who are the first to get hit, and who recovers last, if ever? And that is the African American and other minority communities. Yes. And although, with Walter, and I understand exactly where he's coming from, and I agree with most of it, disagree with a little bit, but the laws of physics and the limits of technology, which I'm not going to get into because I had a hard time getting on this thing myself, it's limited. Attempts to restrict or even ban one or favor of another is fraught with peril. Now, let me give you a few examples and how I believe this directly impacts and I don't even want to say your constituency. That's a divisive term. Your constituency, my constituency. It's our constituency. We're all together. As Mayor Ford said, we're all together here. So let's look at a couple of relative examples. Does it make any sense to give buyers of electric vehicles a $7,500 tax credit when the median salary of people buying electric vehicles is north of $125,000? Now, if it's a Tesla, that median salary is north of $160,000. Or recall when Warren Buffett, who the last time I looked was pretty well heeled, said the only reason to build wind farms is for the tax credits. Now, I've got nothing against renewables, and they're going to be a mix going forward. But I do believe that taxpayer dollars can and should be used for other purposes. A discussion I hope that will be brought up during this session. And you take the wildfires in California; they're tragic, okay? But the wildfires in California, the rolling blackouts in California have nothing to do with the wildfires. It has everything to do with energy policy implemented by Californians. So, we're not ready to, it's not an on-off switch. It's a combination of things that we're going to keep us going. So regarding the environment, and I agree with Walter here, we need to look at carbon, we need to look at climate. But we also need, again, as you folks in the community most impacted day in and day out with high prices or lack of everything, look at the environment that it's a total environment, just not climate or just not carbon or just it's too many African Americans and other minorities. Their opportunities are either dictated or prohibited by their zip code. And
okay, Charlie.
Yes.
I'm going to wrap you up there.
All right. Okay. One more thing. What's the answer? Let's talk about that.
We're going to come back to that. Absolutely.
Good.
Yeah, so Vincent, Lisa, was Vincent able? Were we able to pull Vincent up before we move on to our next part of our discussion? Okay. So energy, and I know I probably should have said this in the beginning, and I've said it so many times at every meeting. In the end, energy is everything we have. I don't care if it's your energy of your physical body or what we're doing right now on a computer talking to each other or on our phones. Energy is everything. It surrounds us. It makes up who we are and how we operate. And that's always been very interesting to me. We all need electricity, gas in our car, heat in our house, air conditioning, whatever it is. That's all energy. And in the end, our speakers today are pretty much speaking from different levels and completely different perspective, but that is important because we cannot and we will not ever all agree, but we do need to always talk together. So I should have opened with that, but that's okay. We get it out there. Absolutely. So the question is, what can we do? What can we do to improve on our communications, on our networking, and the energy industry? So, Walter, could you give a comment on that, please?
Sure, Linda, and I appreciate the comments Charlie made. And unfortunately, I am graphics handicapped. I don't have a skill, so I'm sorry, y'all just have to take my word for it. But I will say, I hear you on the cost issues, and I understand, and I think that's important. Affordability is always important, but at the same time, I understand what's happening, in this country. Innovation, technology is changing everything. You just look at where we are. Look at what we're doing right here. This conference is a virtual conference.
Right.
You wouldn't have even been able to do this 5 years ago.
Right.
Okay? So technology is changing everything. And if we don't demand parity when it comes to technology as a people, we're gonna be second class. It's gonna be that way with technology, and it's gonna be that way with energy. Okay?
Right.
So when it comes to things like, electric vehicles, as an example, I think we can't say we just can't afford it. If we had said that about the iPhone, most of us would be walking around without iPhones. But what happened? They created a finance innovation that made an iPhone only cost you $20 a month. People said, I can afford that. And that's the best there is. In many
Walter, I'm going to stop you so
Okay.
we can stay on our time. I know we just got Vincent in. Vincent, and I'm gonna be the bad cop here.
Yes.
I need you to give just a couple of minutes to share some of your information. Thank you, and thank you, Walter.
Okay. I'm so sorry. Look, we are in a dire strait right now. We are in a transition period where we really have to mobilize business, industry, our citizens to get involved and prepare and position themselves for this new economic paradigm shift in place. And it's all leading towards preparing for the fourth industrial revolution. What does that mean? That means we are moving to decentralize our supply chains, and when you get onto a digital ledger or a digital platform, that's power, energy intensive.
Yeah.
So our communities that are this virus has showed all of the gaps that we have within our economic structure. Our utility grids, our utility infrastructure is way over its life cycle. Way over its life cycle. We have to really invest. We spend too much money investing in the .com and the online infrastructure and letting our physical infrastructure deteriorate. Seeing that gap by not investing in those infrastructure needs of our community. Now,
So let me jump in, Vincent.
Yes.
Because I know we ran a little behind, but I need to make sure that we get to the good part, the
Yes.
positive part.
Yes.
Okay, and let me just say to our audience that each one of these gentlemen are very, very unique and have a background that you read their bios. Please do. Vincent actually owns a business that is trash to energy. Correct, Vincent?
That's correct.
Okay. And Walter is an advocate and an entrepreneur on carbon and energy. And Charlie worked in the petroleum industry for many decades and retired, but is still quite active and knowledgeable. So, gentlemen, I know, bad cop here.
Yes.
I need you each to give us just a 30-second, what do you think policymakers and business people can do to engage the energy industry in a positive way? Charlie.
Well, if we continue, and I say we, all of us, if we continue on using the same playbook that we've always used, it's doomed to fail. We have got to get more things. We've got to get more people from my former industry talking with you, because if we all run to our comfort zone, we're all going to run to this guy in the Senate or this people in the House or this committee and you run to yours. You know what gets done? Nothing. And what has gotten done over the past years? Nothing, except vitriol. And I'm tired of vitriol. So what we got to do is change the playbook. When Linda and I first met, it was crazy. It was like, what's this guy doing with this lady, and where are you going to Gary? And it was great. And we've had this relationship since then. These are the kind of, you start with personal relationships, but throw out the old playbook. Throw it out. Don't be afraid to have you guys call the chairman of some major oil company and say, hey, we want to meet.
Okay, Charlie.
Okay.
Thank you. I just, this is so hard. Walter,
Okay.
can you give us a 30 seconds, please?
Sure. So Biden and Harris have put $2 trillion on the table in a clean energy plan. And we need to get what's ours. It's going to be digitized. It's going to be decentralized. It's going to be decarbonized. And it's going to be 100% electrification. That is the future. It's coming. Get ready for it. So what do we have to do? We have to demand equity. And that means it has to be accessible, affordable, and reliable. And we have to demand opportunity. That means we have to have the jobs that go with it. We have to have the business opportunities that go with it. And we need to be seated in the boardrooms that are making the decisions.
And training.
All important.
And training for those jobs.
Training and transition. Because look at how many of our people are tied to the old economy. It's transitioning. We're evolving. It's natural. But we need to get what's ours because we deserve it and it's rightfully ours.
Thank you. Vincent, 30 seconds. What can we do?
Yes. I'm playing in the biomass waste to renewable energy sector. I'm working with municipalities to stabilize their waste management budgets and their renewable utility energy, their energy budgets. We have to stabilize that. It's increasing 5% a year. That's not sustainable. So we're coming in and putting those line items on a stabilization service agreement, taking over waste management and using their landfills and waste transfer stations as waste disposal centers, recycling centers, being able to use that waste into its circular economy paradigm shift that has to take place, where the waste becomes the feedstock.
Thank you so much.
Linda, I need 20 seconds. 20 seconds.
Please,
20 seconds. I want to talk about energy, but I also want to talk about passion and commitment, the drive, the love that this lady has put forth through her career with the NPA.
Don't make me cry.
You guys, you're going to miss her. I'm not going to miss her because we're going to continue our friendship, but she has done one heck of a great job.
Thank you.
Hats off.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Thank you to all of you. I should tell the audience that today is my last day with the National Policy Alliance. It's my last meeting. You'll hear a few messages as we move on, and I'll come back at the end to give my proper acknowledgments. But thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Walter. Thank you, Vincent. This is not over. Our world is changing, and we have got to stay together and continue to communicate. Thank you. Lisa, I turn the floor back to you, back to control. Thank you.
a newsletter for people woke, carbon, and climate. We chose Carter to emphasize the importance of data and the struggle.
Thank you, Linda, Vincent, Charlie, and Walter for that presentation. The next presentation will be from What You Ought to Know About Health of Black America. The presider is C. Virginia Fields of the National Black Leadership Commission of Health. Our guest panelist is Dr. Camille Bryant of the APA, Dr. Asilma Fergus, and Denise Lewis of JV's Foundation.
One of the things about technology is that we need to be able to do things differently. So I know that our team is pulling everyone up. So thank you for your patience. We're getting there. I know our speakers are on because they're texting me to let me know they're on. So Lisa, pull up our next panel, please.
Hello, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. So that good. You can hear me. Right.
So, good morning. I'm Dr. Isolma Fergus. I'm Associate Professor of Medicine at Mount Sinai, the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai, and Director of Cardiovascular Disparities. I'm happy to be here this morning to talk a little bit about cardiovascular disease, and I will throw in a little bit about how COVID-19 has affected cardiovascular disease. So, I'm happy to be here.
Should I speak? I'm sorry. Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Camille Bryan. I'm with the American Psychiatric Association Foundation, and I actually manage all of the fellowships and medical student programs. And my goal is to encourage as many minority physicians and medical students to enter the field of psychiatry. I firmly believe that mental health is going to be our next wave, considering given the number of things such as COVID and as well as, the structural racism that's been very much in the forefront these past couple of months. Thank you.
Awesome. And hello, everyone. I am Denise Lewis, the founder and CEO of JB's Foundation, where we fight against human trafficking. And we're going to speak a little bit about human trafficking in the Black community, and also the mental health, and the streams that are behind human trafficking when it comes to African Americans, as well as how COVID has affected that community. Thank you so much.
So I see while we're waiting for our presider, we were asked to go ahead and start. So why don't I talk about cardiovascular disease? I did forget to mention that I'm a past president of the Association of Black Cardiologists, which is an organization geared towards reducing healthcare disparities and focuses on education, research, and advocacy. And I believe they placed an ad as well. So good morning, everyone. Again, let's talk about cardiovascular disease. We know that heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States of America and, in fact, around the world. We know that that's 80% preventable by practicing very healthy lifestyles and managing the risk factors to hypertension, diabetes, obesity, physical inactivity, and cholesterol. And what do we know? We know that COVID-19, it really loves those with these chronic conditions. And when you look at the health of the Black community in general, all of these chronic conditions are rampant, but they're preventable. And so I submit to you that in order to really be able to do all the wonderful things that we're doing in educating, we do need to take care of ourselves. And so I think the lowest hanging fruit are managing your blood pressure and managing your diabetes, your cholesterol. All of this could be done by healthy eating, by exercising, by resting, and by engaging in physical inactivity. It is well known that Black women among all groups have the lowest levels of physical activity and the highest rates of increased weight or obesity. When you look at the group of Black women, there are usually many things that contribute to the fact that they're not able to exercise as much. For many of us, it's having multiple responsibilities and not being able to make the time to, go to the gym or exercise. We only really need to do about 30 minutes of any kind of physical activity on most days of the week. Simply walking can do it, right? Cleaning the cabinets, cleaning the home. You don't necessarily have to spend an expensive, gym membership. And now that anyway, everyone's virtual, simply put on your AirPods and go for a walk. If you can't walk on the street, then walk up and down the stairs in your apartment, whatever you can do to do that. Walking around will reduce your anxiety levels, will improve your blood sugar, will improve your blood pressure, and all of those comorbidities. If you look at the Wuhan, China data, you'll see that 70% of those who succumbed or did really badly with the virus, they had hypertension, blood pressure, and they also had diabetes, and also those who were obese, they did worse. Of course, if you have underlying chronic lung respiratory conditions or kidney conditions, which again plague the Black community and brown communities, you will also likely to have worse outcomes for COVID-19. The symptoms that you should watch out for to get to the hospital immediately, if you notice that you are not, or someone else is confused, if their oxygen is low, if their color has changed, if their lips or their fingernails look a little bit bluish, these are signs that you need to get immediately to be seen. And of course, if you have chest pain or shortness of breath, do not ignore these signs. It could mean that your heart is becoming affected by the COVID and leading to an early heart attack. What are some of the heart conditions that COVID can result in? Yes, heart attack, because there are a lot of clots that form in the body that can go to any part of your organs and cause a heart attack. What else can COVID do? Of course, you can have an inflammation around the heart called myopericarditis, and you may also have fluid in the heart leading to heart failure. So I'm actually going to stop there because I see our illustrious leader, C. Virginia, is on the line, and thank you for this opportunity to share a little bit.
Please don't stop. And I apologize. As Linda said, technology is good and it can be a challenge. So I'll have to be mindful of the time, and perhaps, Lisa, you can tell me where we are on time. But we know that these are extraordinary times in which we're living. We're living in a social unrest pandemic, a COVID-19 pandemic, and all of this affects our health. COVID-19, we know, has illuminated historical racial inequities and, of course, brought to the forefront health disparities that disproportionately impact African Americans. So while this is extremely disturbing, it is not surprising, because African Americans, Blacks, have diseases, and it is well documented. They're systematic, and they are irrefutable in terms of the impact on our lives, whether it is cardiovascular disease that Dr. Fergus was talking about, diabetes, mental health, obesity, respiratory problems, as well as the impact of human trafficking, which we will hear more about today. So we want to talk about what can we do to close the health divide. What can we do by way of policies, actions, and advocacy in terms of making a difference? And our distinguished panelists, whom you have already started hearing from, are leaders in their own field and in their own rights in terms of the work that they do. And of course, we started with Dr. Fergus, who introduced herself, and she is, of course, a noted cardiologist here with Mount Sinai School of Medicine in New York City. And we have Dr. Camille Bryan, American Psychiatric Association Foundation, I think headquartered in Washington, D.C., and Ms. Denise Lewis, JV's Foundation, headquartered in Orlando, Florida. So each one of them will make a 5-minute presentation that will be followed by questions and answers. And please post any questions that you might have in the chat. Having said that, Dr. Fergus, had you finished your 5 minutes, or did I take away from it? So where are we?
Sure. So I just wanted to add that even though we know about these conditions and these risk factors, see, Virginia, I think that there's a large proportion that we're not focusing on for Black health, which are the social determinants of health. You know, where you live, who you are, what do you have access to, who do you trust? Do you trust your provider? And I think that these really contribute in many, many ways to what we're seeing for, you know, lack of Black health, or so to speak of. People are not coming in necessarily sometimes if they don't trust. Some are not getting the access. So if we could really focus on those types of things, I think that we will begin to see, you know, improved health outcomes. So that's the last piece that I wanted to add, and I'll be happy to take any questions later.
Thank you so much. Dr. Bryan.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm going to be focusing on mental health, and mental health disorders are one of the most topmost health condition for adults 18 to 64 in the U.S., and this is along with cancer and trauma-related disorders. And for Black Americans, we have a number of major issues when it comes to mental health. The rates of mental health in African Americans are similar to that of the general population, but only 1 in 3 African Americans who need mental health care receives it. And this is due to a number of things. The problem that we have with barriers to care is that there's a stigma associated with mental illness. There's a distrust of the healthcare system by African Americans. There's a lack of providers from diverse racial, ethnic backgrounds. And there's a lack of culturally competent providers, as well as a lack of insurance or underinsurance. Now, on top of all of this, we now have, especially for this year, we have COVID-19, and we've had a number of social disruptions, the death of George Floyd. And as Dr. Fergus has mentioned, the stress and the trauma that's happening with both COVID and with the issues that come about due to structural racism has been having not just it has happened in such a way that it is affecting not just our physical health, but also our mental health. And so in the psychiatry world, we posit that the next wave that's going to occur is going to be mental diseases, a number of mental diseases because of all the stress that's happening in our communities. So when you come around to what can we do in order to make changes or to positively create ways in which we can improve outcomes in our communities, we have to change policies that keep structural racism in place. And you see, structural racism is of such that it affects not just the healthcare system, it covers a number of different sectors. And it covers employment, education, and it across the board, it has a negative effect altogether. And we need to start looking at changing policies that keep
And
structural
with
racism.
Dr. Bryan, unfortunately, I need to go to Denise because I understand we have 3 minutes. So we will be able to offer some of these recommendations. Go, Denise. Sorry, Dr. Bryan. Denise.
Thank you so much, Ms. Fields. Thank you. And thank you so much to the wonderful, honorable Linda Hayes-Taylor with the National Policy Alliance and the World Compass of Mayor, Johnny Ford, and also our favorite, person in the world, Commissioner Ings. So we just want to thank you all and just let you know that we're coming, just speaking about human trafficking. Human trafficking is not talked about. It's talked about a little bit more now than ever before, but human trafficking in the Black community. 40% of victims are African Americans that are actually being, when you have someone that is the statistics or knowing how many people or what is the race, 40% of these victims are our people. These are people that are in our own communities. And one of the things that we want to make sure that we are implementing so many things, not just in the community, but even in our own homes. We have to make sure that we are getting the education. Even in DC alone, 501 youth. These are youth that are being affected by this crime the most. Usually you would go around and you would see different people or different prostitutes on the street. But we need you to understand that prostitute is not always because this is what they woke up and decided to be. Nobody wakes up one morning and decides to become a prostitute. COVID has affected our children, our women, and even the males that are out there on the street that are forced into prostitution. So imagine how COVID is affecting us. We have all the community and things that we can reach out to. But what about those that are on the street, that don't have a voice, that are left behind? The sick.
Okay, Dr. Lewis. Okay, unfortunately, time is up for us, but you all have started us on our way. Dr. Fergus talked about the importance of social determinants of health. Dr. Bryan spoke about policies on the structural racism because it's more than just one area. And of course, Denise spoke about education within our family and our communities. We're going to be putting together some recommendations, obviously protecting the Affordable Care Act, which is important to make sure we keep in. We're going to focus on the education piece. We're going to focus on policies, especially around structural racism that you have highlighted. Thank you all so very much. And I regret we don't have any more time, but this is the way it is. Good job. Great. Thank you. And I apologize for having to interrupt some of you. But thank you so much and stay tuned. And we're going to put some recommendations to the Democratic National Committee for its agenda based on the discussion that you have started today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I am C. Virginia Fields, President and CEO of the National Black Leadership Commission on Health, an organization whose mission is to champion the promotion of health and prevention of diseases, to reduce disparities and achieve equity within the Black community. We achieve this mission through advocacy, policy, and actions, with an emphasis on community mobilization and engagement, health and wellness education, leadership training and development, organizational capacity building, and technical assistance. Health is on the November ballot. We must vote. Please join Black Health in getting out the vote to ensure better health outcomes for our community.
Thank you, Steve Virginia Fields, Dr. Camille Bryant, Dr. Isma Fergus, and Denise Lewis for that presentation on health. Next, we will have government jobs, trades, and union opportunities. Our presider will be Dr. Doris Cotter, Blacks in Government. Our panelists are Dr. Everett Kelly, American Federation of Government Employees, and Britton Kenneth Lofton, IUPAT.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Doris Sorter. I'm the national. Good morning. I'm Doris Sorter, the National President of Blacks in Government. Our session will center on how government jobs, trades, and unions help promote a healthy economic climate for African Americans. I see we have our two dynamic speakers. Once again, welcome Dr. Everett Kelly, National President of the American Federation of Government Employees, AFGE, and Mr. Britton Kenneth Lofton, International Legislative Representative for the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades, IUPAT. Welcome, gentlemen, and thank you so much for joining us this morning. We will start our discussion with this compelling question to frame our discussion. Dr. Kelly, please respond in 3 minutes, and then we'll have Mr. Lofton, who will also have 3 minutes to respond. Here's your question, gentlemen. Based upon your vast range of experience, please share with us some strategies on how government jobs, trades, or unions can help create a healthy economic culture. We'll start with Dr. Kelly. Dr. Kelly? Dr. Kelly? Mr. Lofton, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. If you don't mind, will you start first?
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for having me today. I really appreciate being a part of the National Black Political Convention, and just want to say thanks to Miss Linda for putting this on, and thanks for including my middle name. I just never been like so widely known by my middle name, and maybe she gets that because she knows my mom and she put my full name there. So, but in short, I just wanted to say on this topic that the trades do present a significant opportunity for our African American community. I come from the state of Mississippi, for example, where in Mississippi, the trades and unions just weren't there, maybe because of all of the attempts to keep wages so low and people working for little of nothing down there. But when I became educated as to what the possibilities were out there, I knew, right? I mean, like I learned from working in the trades. I'm a lobbyist on Capitol Hill. I learned from working in the trades that a painter, an industrial bridge painter, can make $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 a year. Somebody who works on building large projects makes good money. Somebody who works to build projects, build energy production facilities. I was here for a panel discussion where they were talking about energy. Well, someone who works to build those production facilities also makes a very good living. And in my experience, in as much as my mom exposed me to, I was just ready to go to college. I was ready to go to college, get that college degree, get back in there. But there's this thing called an apprenticeship. And yeah, we kind of like associate apprenticeship with low wages and working for little or nothing and this, that, and the other. But the apprenticeship in this case teaches you the skills while you earn, right? So earn while you learn. And I think in our community, specifically for people who like to work with their hands, who maybe some don't even, go to school or get a college degree or go and get an associate's degree, this training potential in the building trades gives you access to many different occupations. That might take you a year or two to earn the credential and the certification, but once you're there, they put you on the job, you're a journeyman, you get going. Now, there are some, the building trades is a rather large system, so there are many different training opportunities, like I just talked about, painting or industrial bridge work, but there's also like sheet metal work, right? There's also work in electrical, the IBEW, the electrical workers. There's also the plumbers and pipe fitters. A plumber? Did you know a plumber can make over $100,000 a year? That's absolutely amazing. And I think sometimes we get so bogged down in the dirtiness of the job and not the impact of the job and what it could do for your family. And so, I've noticed that in the trades, there are many opportunities for moving up in your occupation or even, getting the credential and going to open your own business or something like that. But you want to expose yourself, and we need to expose our community to the opportunities in the building trades. And I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lofton. Dr. Kelly, please respond to this question in 3 minutes. I'll repeat it. Based on your vast range of experience, share with us some strategies on how government jobs, trades, or unions can help create a healthy economic culture. Dr. Kelly, sir? Dr. Kelly, can you hear us? Mr. Lofton, I am hopeful that they would get Dr. Kelly on.
Okay.
So as not to wait, I will go ahead and proceed with the second question, if you don't mind, and we'll just circle back to him.
Okay.
The next question is, how can we attract our younger generations to jobs in trade?
All right. So we we deal with this many different ways. One, general brand recognition, all of that stuff. People know the union, your family comes in, blah, blah, blah. But sometimes your family doesn't know about the union. And so in our case, what we do is we try to have partnerships with local education systems or local public schools. For example, we donated money in Boston to redo their vocational tech program, right? So we try to have these partnerships where we can introduce people to the trades and educate them on the trades and have opportunities to talk to them about the trades, because that's an issue. So I know that, people sometimes just walk in off the street, or, they're generally interested in the occupation. But for most people, they're just not as up on what is out there. And so that's why we have, different accreditations to say, we can give you, I think in the next year or so, we already have one district council offering a certificate, an associate's degree. You get many certificates as it relates to the training, depending on your occupation. But some building trades unions are able to offer you an associate's degree as well, because they have accreditation with the system. And so that is one way where we try to create this pipeline into the school, right? Whether it be through a college, or, well, not many colleges are really incorporating the trades, but in some cases a junior college might. But, for the most part, we seek to get people introduced to the trades right there in the high school through the middle schools type stage, because people are deciding and counselors are informing them as to what they will be doing. And so what we try to do is plant that seed then, and in hopes that it turns around to something. Another way that we're able to get people in the trades is through veterans programs. I know that, people in our community serve in the military, come out of there looking for something to do. So we got what we call a hard hats program, where we bring veterans in, train them, and get them going on the job. So that's another way. And I'll stop there. And let me know if you need me to continue talking.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lofton. I am hopeful they'll be able to get Dr. Kelly on. I see him, but I can't hear him. Dr. Kelly, can you hear us? Obviously not. So, Mr. Lofton, you're just going to have to work with me on this, and we'll just keep going until he comes on board.
Okay.
I hear him talking, but we're not hearing him.
Mm-hmm.
While we wait for him, you can either share some other ideas, or I can have another question for you. And I'll give you the question, and you can decide if you want to focus on this, or you have another key point you'd like to share.
I'll talk about one other key point, and I'll just add, the protection of labor standards, right? Protecting you at work while you're at work, right? Making sure that you make a fair wage. A lot of the times we take these things for granted. And a lot of the times people just don't even know you just did get that 40-hour work week. It didn't come just because people gave it to you easily. No, it came because people fought for it. That minimum wage, it came because people fought for it. That paid sick time, it came because people fought for it. And so what we got to do, and I think it's important right now, with how we see this administration moving and how we see Congress moving, it's even more important that we seek to secure the floor. Because what's happening now is, whether or not it be through regulation, they're going to sweep the floor from under you. You remember when President Obama signed this executive order giving folks more ability to benefit from overtime pay. Mm-hmm. Well, a new administration comes in and they say, well, we're going to decrease that floor, right? And we don't think, that people should receive overtime pay if they make this amount of money. And so I'm saying, every Congress, there's a bill out there to take away some labor standards. In the building trades, or in the trades, it's known as prevailing wage, or Davis-Bacon. This is like the minimum wage for somebody as a painter, the minimum wage for somebody as as an electrical worker, the minimum wage that you might pay a plumber, right? Those labor standards allow people to have security in their pay. And so what happens is every Congress or every year, whether it be in a state, I'm sure it happens in every state, where there's an attempt to remove or break down or take away these labor standards that offer people general protections on the job. Safety protections are really important, right? A lot of people, fall victim to injuries on the job. And right now, with COVID-19 out there, you're talking about, making money and going to work. But if you're not healthy, if you're not protecting your $1 million racehorse, right, you are the $1 million racehorse. If you're not protecting that, especially at work, then you will cease to exist and your family won't be able to have you as a pillar there. So, protecting those labor standards and protecting us at work while we're working is very important to our community. And with that, I'll pause for your question, or Dr. Everett can get in there.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lofton. Dr. Kelly, I see chat saying that he's still trying to get on. Dr. Kelly, he is still not able to get on. Mr. Lofton, thank you so much for your patience. So I'm going to ask you one more question and we'll just proceed on. How can unions better partner with the communities they serve? How can unions better partner with the communities they serve?
Well, some unions do a better job of this than others. And I think our union under President Rigmaton does a great job. We have this program called Community Organizing for Real Economics, where we really get out there. We really participate. We have different programs geared at communities and schools, whether it be book bag giveaways or whether it be, some sort of dinner or something, or like I talked about previously, where we are rehabbing a vocational room in this public school system. Different things like that. We're also, I don't know if you guys saw our commercial or the thing they had us send over, our 90-second script, but we are on the front lines of these marches too, because it is our intent that we show up and be a part of how our community moves and not necessarily just show up on union business, right? And a lot of unions do not, participate in that way, or they see it as political and they don't want to get involved in this discussion. But, it really is indicative of the union's leadership to where they place their time and energy and where they place their money. Because, we also supported that march, right? Let your money speak for you, right? So we supported that march and did some other things. This is the recent the march we had in August, right? But we were there before that too. But I'm saying that to say, you want to be there on those issues, but you also want to be there educating and telling people, here's a pathway where you can provide for yourself and your family. And that's how we try to, bridge that gap. It's like one is like, the political piece that mainly I do and with my Vice President, Jim Williams. And then over here is the actual economics, the job, the education, the protections on the job, the pieces that go with work. So we try to educate and try to participate on two prongs to make sure we are embedded in the community. I remember one time in Baltimore, for example, Baltimore was building this like big project, and I think they're building it now, but back in its development, it was, this Port Covington thing. And so as a union, we wanted to get a lot of work out of that. We wanted to create this pipeline where we could train people in Baltimore and bring them through the trades. And that project would serve as the economic vehicle to provide for themselves, their community, and the greater society. And so we develop different relationships, right, with different stakeholders in Baltimore and talking to them about the job, right? We get a little work out of that, but there was a lot of politics swirling around that project But that's how we get involved. We get involved through talking to the community stakeholders, telling them about how we can train folks and how we have a proven ability to do this with folks actually bringing home the bacon. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. I see that Dr. Everett is still not with us. I'm pretty sure he would have shared with us that unions empower employees to demand just pay, benefits, training, performance ratings, and so much more. Now, all of these entities, the government jobs, the trades, and the unions, move us toward an aggressive pursuit of a healthy economic climate and an improved quality of life for all. I love what you said, Mr. Lofton, about having apprenticeships, career development opportunities. That is one way to get the youth involved in trades and in unions. They will be providing your video on your organization in a few moments. They will also do an organizational profile of my organization, National Blacks in Government. But before I ask for the video, would you like to do any lead into the video that they will be showing, Mr. Lofton?
I just want to say this is, it wasn't, I don't know, it wasn't, it's not easy in the union to carry positions that talk about race in a building trades union. And my president, who's a Black man, Mr. Ken Rigg-Maden, has taken this up and has confronted the issue on many different levels. And I think it's really catching a fire in our union where people are, talking about it, especially as we lead into this election. And it has brought up all kinds of issues. And, we have people asking, we do these town hall meetings and we're able to talk to people about, what they're thinking about this division in our country, right? And so we witness firsthand, some of the ideas or the negative ideas out there about what's going on and how the union is participating in positioning itself. But, as our president says, it's the right thing to do. And we're working, in many different areas. But in this area right here, we wanted to be the union that stood, that was there, because when they did the original Civil Rights March back in the 60s, no building trades unions were there. The building trades, is known as it's a white, stale, pale, and male, right? Well, that's changing, and it's changing intentionally with a focus on increasing diversity. And so, that's just a little bit to lead into the video. And I see Dr. Kelly's back on.
Thank you. Dr. Kelly, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
Welcome. Yes, we can. Of course, we don't have that much time, but I do want to give you the opportunity to at least share about your organization, AFGE, and maybe answer the first question we posed, which was, based on your vast experience, share with us some strategies on how government jobs, trades, or unions can help create a healthy economic culture. And again, kudos. Thank you, Mr. Lofton, for helping us get through this. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Everett, sir, for a few moments, please.
Well, first of all, thank you for allowing me to participate. And I want to apologize for the technical difficulties that I was experiencing here. And one thing for sure is when you need the technology to work, it just don't, right? So I apologize for that. But, AFGE is the largest federal union representing federal and DC workers, representing somewhere around 700,000 workers. And what I would advise any young person to check and seek training in the skilled trades if they're looking for a career that allows them to make a difference in this world and to use their brains and talent. The work done at DoD arsenals and depots will keep their minds and hands busy all through their working career. They'll have the opportunity to support the troops in on the war zone in a very meaningful way, the opportunity to support veterans, healthcare, the opportunity to keep our community safe from dangerous inmates. You can repair night vision, goggles, drone technology, robotics, cargo planes, helicopters, air bombers, fighter jets. All of these need maintenance and repair. And although there are opportunities for travel, federal jobs in the trade are usually extremely stable and in one location. And in many instances, the pay isn't that fantastic, but they are living wages, and FGE is always working to improve pay for our hourly workers. We have a pretty good retirement system, and FG has been able to prevent Trump from eliminating it. You know, even though there's a lot of members of Congress who will continue to try to do that, federal employees also have pretty good health insurance, paid vacation, sick leave, and now 12 weeks of paid parental leave. Plus, you get the benefit of a union contract, which gives you the right to stay, say in your working conditions and the right treatment. FG gives you the chance to lobby lawmakers. But more than that, even after taking into account all the educational and occupational differences among the union and non-union population, Black union workers have wages that are 16.4% higher than their non-union counterparts. The union wage advantage is even more for Black men, 19.3%, and Black workers in low-wage occupations, 18.9%. Black union workers are also 17.4% points more likely than non-union Blacks to have employee-provided health insurance, and 18.3% points more likely to have an employee-sponsored retirement plan. At Anderson, where I retired from, we had a program where we recruited and trained high school students in mechanics, machinists, and welding, and now logistics. It started out as a high school co-op program and evolved into what is now called, the Pathway Program, where we start high school students, training them, for various trades and giving them a reasonable salary while they train. Upon graduating high school, we pay for their tuition to attend a technical college or a university. Then upon graduation, they are offered, if a permanent position exists, they are offered their permanent position and they excel to a journeyman level without competition. Now, this is big, and I'm very proud of that program. It has proven to be very successful, and especially among Blacks. And Blacks need to really tap into that particular program. So with that, I want to say again, thank you. And again, forgive me for the technical difficulties that I experienced at the beginning of the show. But I think this is wonderful, and I appreciate being here.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kelly, and thank you so much again, Mr. Lofton. I will turn it over now to Denise Tyler to see if there's any questions, and also to go ahead and show the organizational profile of Blacks in Government. And also our sponsor for this session is the organization of Mr. Lofton. So, Ms. Denise Tyler, back over to you. And thank you both for doing an exceptional job.
Well, thank you, Dr. Sauter and Dr. Everett and Britton Lofton. Next, we will have, I'm looking to see questions. And while I'm waiting to see if there's any questions, I'll just announce what's coming afterwards. Questions are not up. Yes, this technology, I'll save my speech on that for the end, but it's challenging. Next, after this session, we will have Education and Beyond, the political landscape of education, where we need to be and how we get there. The presider is Dr. Chevelle Hall from VSU. Our guest panelists are Dr. Willis Walter of VSU and Asia Kiera Wood, a student. And I do not believe that we have questions at the moment.
So, Ms. Tyler, we can do the video clips.
Yes.
Thank you. And thank you, excellent presider. And thank you, too.
Thank you.
People are in both grief and determination. Because today is Juneteenth. 155 years ago in Galveston, Texas, our ancestors found out that they was free from slavery. Although we know that we are still enslaved in so many ways, right?
In order for us to go forward, we need everybody. We fight above our weight class. But even at 13% of the population, we need more. And more is you, and you. Her name! Breonna Taylor! Say her name! Breonna Taylor!
Greetings, everyone. My name is Dr. Chevelle Hall, and we are waiting for one more panelist, and that is Dr. Willis Walter. And once he arrives, we will be ready. Well, while we're waiting for Dr. Walter to arrive, oh, there he is. Thank you. Greetings, everyone. My name is Dr. Chevelle Hall, and I serve as an associate professor at Virginia State University. And today I will serve as your presider for the session Education and Beyond. And our focus today will be on educational justice. We have two panelists. The first is Dr. Willis Walter. And Dr. Walter is the Dean for the College of Education at Virginia State University. He is also a co-founder of the Educational Justice Journal, and it certainly is an advocate for equity in educational justice. And by the way, he has also hosted educational justice conferences in Orlando, Florida for several years. We also have Deja Kiera Woods, who is a student at Prince George's Community College, and she will be speaking to us as a student perspective on educational justice and mental health. Dr. Walter, let's start with you. Please tell us, what is educational justice and why is it even important?
Well, I think educational justice is simply the equity of knowledge, opportunities, resources, and rewards. Currently, there is not equal distribution of resources. We don't have equal funding in schools. They don't have the same quality teachers with the same kind of experiences. We don't have the same books or technology in our schools, and that's speaking from both urban and rural communities. And then I would also say some use the term diversity, equity, or inclusion, and we've been saying that for about 50 years now with very little change. And so educational justice is a term I think that means action. it suggests we are looking at results, not just the process.
Okay.
And as it relates to the importance of it, like I said, over the last 50 to even 70 years, if you go back to the Truman Report from the presidency, there's always been a president educational panel that has said that minorities are not scoring at the same level as their Caucasian counterparts. And when I got into teaching back in the early 90s, that was the issue. And I thought we were on our way to solving that and changing that. But yet almost 30 years later, we're still in the same situation.
And you and I both have served as K-12 teachers as well as K-12 administrators. You have been a principal and so have I. When we look at our current educators, what should they know about educational justice?
Well, I think one thing that we don't do enough of in the classroom, a lot of our institutions are teaching culturally responsive education. That's a starter. That's good. But I think the one thing we don't start off with early enough is helping future teachers understand who they are and the trauma that they have gone through. When you don't know yourself, even when you mean well, you often are causing problems and or discourse for the students you are leading. And so identifying and understanding yourself and the trauma that has brought you to the field is very important. The second thing I would say is we have to understand trauma in general and understand that everyone does not adjust to or work on trauma the same way. And therefore, we should not demonize or discount others that don't deal with trauma in the same exact way that we do. And then culturally responsive teaching or critical race theory, I think, is ideal when you start talking about making sure that the student is the center of the curriculum as opposed to the curriculum being the center of the education process. I think that is really the key. And the last but not least, advocacy for all children. No matter if they look like you, don't look like you, if they don't come from the same background that you come from, advocating for all children to succeed, I think is the goal of all educators, or at least it should be.
And you mentioned trauma, so that's going to be our segue for Deja. Deja, you're coming from a student perspective.
Yes.
Coming from the K-12 education. Can you talk to us a little bit about mental health and how that relates to educational justice, and what kind of assistance have you received as a student?
Well, I noticed that in my years in K through 12, I know that I felt like as a student that struggled with mental health issues, that the teachers and the administrators were probably not as accommodative as I felt like they should have been towards what I was going through, even though I was very open about it and had a lot of primary care. Be in contact with the teachers and administrators. I feel like the teachers and administrators in the education system are not, don't have enough information or know how to accommodate students that struggle with mental health. And I know that K through 12 is mandatory, so students are going to school every day and they're struggling in their own way. And I feel like when they come to school, it can become like a contributor to whatever they're dealing with at home or in themselves, or school can just become a trigger in general for what they're going through. I know in college, in my higher education, I know that I feel like I was accommodated better. I also feel like it was mostly because the people that worked with me with my accommodations and a lot of the professors that I had saw a lot of people that struggle with mental health, or just the students that they had in general as peers, because they see us as adults. There's a lot of, on the first day, we're all adults here. So I feel like because of that, I got more respect towards what I was dealing with and more support towards what I was dealing with. I definitely think higher education does a little bit better with handling and accommodating students with mental health.
And Dr. Walter, what would you say to that?
Yeah, I think that she hit the nail on the head when we talk about our young people and what they are dealing with today. We have to understand that things have changed. They see a lot of things on the internet that we weren't exposed to as children when we were growing up. And we have not really adjusted to those changes in our working with students in K through 12. And we haven't really adjusted at the college level as well as I would like to see as well. I often say educational justice is not a K through 12 thing, it's a K through 20. That we need to make sure that people, as they go through college, that doesn't mean that they've made it. That means that they've made some level of success, but they have not necessarily made it through everything. And when you start looking at even those that are going on and getting their master's and eventually their doctorate, that those are great accomplishments, but that does not mean that they have not dealt with trauma in their lives. It does not mean that they won't have other difficulties moving forward.
Deja, I have another question for you. What are some suggestions that you would have for the K-12 level? You mentioned that in higher education you receive more support, but what would you suggest for the K-12, for someone coming through the K-12 system now as a student?
I feel like there should be more awareness in the schools about mental health. I know a lot in K through 12. There's a lot of assemblies for different things. I definitely feel like there should be more people coming in and educating the students about different resources that they could have in schools, offering more resources for people that may be struggling. I also think that it's very important to try and educate teachers and administrators on differentiating between students who need support in mental health and that are struggling silently or out loud. And I feel like definitely it starts with the teachers and the administrators, because they are the biggest part of the schools that students are going to almost every single day. And it can get hard. People have that go to school in general, they struggle with anxiety, depression, stress from school, and even if it's mostly from what they're going through outside of school, I just feel like school shouldn't be a contributor, and school should be seen more as a safe place and not a place where a lot of students feel like they won't be able to accomplish as much of their work in school because of the stress that comes with being in a school environment, unfortunately.
And just to add to that, now that we're dealing with the pandemic and our educational system has changed dramatically, I'm constantly on social media and I'm seeing the complaints from parents and I'm seeing the complaints from students. And I think what this pandemic has shown a lot of people that there is clearly a discrepancy in educational justice and what our students are receiving in terms of equity and equality. Dr. Walter, can you speak to this current situation or pandemic and educational justice?
Yeah, let me say that I think, first of all, parents need assistance, need help. If they were the perfect teacher for their child growing up, they probably would have chosen that as a profession, right? What we really need is better and early childhood care for students, number one, from an educational justice standpoint. And when we start talking about this pandemic, it just shows that we don't have the equity of data plans. We don't have equity in hotspots. We don't have equity in the laptops. If you are a parent with multiple children, who gets the laptop in the household to do their homework? how do we make sure that all of our students have that access to the kind of technologies and the things that they need during this pandemic. But not only that, this just sheds the light on it. Our issues are after this pandemic. How do we address some of these ills, some of these lack of equity in our children and what they have and don't have, when we know that education is what will ultimately propel them to the next stage of their life career-wise.
And that was my concern with students having a year of dealing with this pandemic. How far will they be behind when we do turn to whatever our new normal is going to be? Let me ask you about parents, and this could be for both you and Deja, Dr. Walter. What should parents know about educational justice, and how active should they be?
Deja, you want to start?
I think that now with the pandemic, a lot of parents, because they're home and they're getting to see how school is when they're helping their children with online classes, how school is for them because it's online instead of in person, how they get to see how it would be in the classroom, I would say. I think that they're actually learning like a lot more about the ups and downs of what goes on in the classroom. So I think something that they should keep in mind is that I feel like a lot of students are trying their best, especially students with mental health. And so, like it's, when you go to school sometimes and you come home and your parents help you with homework, I remember like it would kind of be like, are you paying attention in school? But because school is home and it's kind of like everything is obviously homework now. So, I mean, just keeping in mind that everything is still being perfected, especially since it was such a rush to transition into online school. I'm pretty sure the education system is still trying to figure that part out on their part as well. So just being more patient with the kids and trying to help out as much as they can.
Yeah, K-12 is trying to catch up, and so are higher education schools, institutions. I think our president said at Virginia State University, we're all in the same storm, but not necessarily in the same boat. And so we really have to look at what we have available to us and work with our parents to make sure that they understand we are doing what's best for their child. But that means that we have to really understand the children we are teaching. And in so many cases, we've not gotten to know our students well enough in order for us to really help them find success. And therefore, we can't connect the parents with the resources that will really propel those students to further success. So I think we have to do a better job of that. Zoom won't do it for us. It's only a tool. What we have to do is make the phone calls after the Zoom classroom. We have to talk to the parents, and the parents have to talk to the teachers. And whether they had a good experience or a bad experience in K-12, they have to go on a limb and make sure that they connect with the teacher and help the teacher understand exactly where their student is, their child is, and what they can do to also help.
Just one more thing before we transition to the next session. I just received this morning. Again, I'm constantly on social media, and this is coming from Inside Higher Education, and it's related to the pandemic. And it says that HBCUs are experiencing better student compliance with pandemic restrictions than other institutions. What do you say to that? Is that based on culture, or is it based upon how our HBCUs are constructed? Or Dr. Walter, can you speak to that?
I think a lot of our faculty are already culturally responsive, right? Have been for years and have been doing things to make sure that the student was at the center of the curriculum. And so the conversations aren't that difficult. for many of our faculty. And because of that, I think the students adjust or have adjusted better. They trust their faculty and therefore are complying at a higher rate. And so I would say, without looking at too deep into the data, that those were the things that I would say off the initial data that I've seen.
And just finally, you and I are working on an educational justice journal that will be published. Our first publication will be in December. And I know that we're working on another educational justice conference. Now, can you briefly tell us about the educational justice conference that you held in Florida for several years?
Well, it's all about equity, and it doesn't matter. It's not just about race, because I know a lot of people want to think that it's just about race, but when you start talking about the socioeconomic status of our students, ethnicity, gender, language barriers between faculty and students. When you look at culture, as well as the different disabilities, I think we have to really think holistically about our children. And that's what the conference really talks about, success stories in all of those different mediums and means, so that every child can find success.
And Deja will certainly be one of those success stories.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you both for serving as panelists for this session. I know there's a lot to cover with education, and I'm hoping that we will have another platform in which we can discuss this further, because there's just so much to tackle with regards to our American educational system. But any last comments?
No, educational justice for all. Make sure that every student has success in K through 20 moving forward.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sherrill, Dr. Willis, and Kiera for our last session on education. Next, we will have Micro and Mighty, Driving Economic Development with Small Business. The presider is Dr. Lisa Richardson of Dr. Lisa Co. Our guest panelist is David Harrington from the Prince George's County Chamber of Commerce, and Elroy Saylor, Harvest Health and Recreation.
Hi, everyone. Denise will be back. At this point, we're going to have special messages from a few of policymakers and national leaders. And we're also going to be given a great opportunity to hear a song by Kitra Williams, who has wrote a song specifically for what's going on in the world. So Lisa, take it away with the messages. Thank you. From Senator Hoyer, Congressman, Congressman Hoyer, I just elevated him. Congressman Anthony Brown, DNC Vice Chair and New York Assemblyman Michael Blake. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Congressman Anthony Brown, and I wanted to take the time to thank each and every one of you participating in the 3rd National Black Political Convention. By getting involved and staying engaged, you can make a difference in our communities and advance the cause of justice, equity, and opportunity in this country. Today, the Black community faces immense challenges. We face a global pandemic that disproportionately infects, hospitalizes, and kills Black Americans. We live with an uncertain economic future where over 50% of Black Americans live in a household that has lost employment income since March. And 20% of Black families live with some form of food hardship and insecurity. And we continue to grapple with systemic racism and violence at the hands of the police who are sworn to protect us. Despite these obstacles, I have hope that we will not only persevere, but overcome. Neighbors have come together to help each other through these difficult times. Young and old people from every race and background took to the streets in peaceful protest to make it clear that Black lives matter. In Congress, my colleagues and I are fighting to advance real solutions that address pain being felt by Black Americans. The HEROES Act, which passed the House nearly 4 months ago, would help.
Okay. Okay.
So our focus today for our panel session is micro and mining and the role of very small business in the local economy. Now, my panelists, Elroy Saylor and David Harrington of Harvest Health and Recreation and the Prince George's County Chamber of Commerce, have various perspectives on how very small businesses can participate in the local economy and help drive it forward, with Elroy being in a very highly regulated industry and David then approaching from the networking and growth perspective. So we will jump right into our questions and start with, so what is your definition of local economic development? David, you're at a local chamber, at a regional chamber, so I'll have you start for us.
Sure, and thank you for having me, and also to Elroy, good seeing you again, and working with you. I would say very quickly that local economic development is the assignment and growth of capital and assets that are dedicated to improving the quality of life to a region in a certain geographical area. And so what local economic, and the key indicators of local economic development is job creation, wealth creation, and certainly business creation in a way that then the success of those can actually influence the growth of other assets and also investment in infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. Elroy, your take on it?
And thank you for having me, and I'm glad to be here with the audience, and hopefully we can share our insights. And Dave, good to see you again as well.
Thank you.
Local economic development, from our perspective, in a highly regulated industry. Now, we're a publicly traded company. As you all know, and your listeners know, that cannabis is not legal here in the U.S., but it's legal in about 32 states. Every state is totally different, but our basic principle on local economic development for a state is, one, do we have the right partnerships with local educators, local faith-based organizations, local community-based organizations, Urban League, NAACP, Rotary Club, U.S. Chambers of Commerce. So it's having the right partnerships. Second local level of economic development for us are having that supply chain. We're vertically integrated business. So we go from seed to shelf. That's everything from agriculture to manufacturing, to cultivation, to process, packaging, research and development, and to ultimately sales. So along that vertically integrated supply chain, local economic development are having the right partners, right vendors on the ground. And then lastly, I would say local economic development in our case is many times the states will require, based off of winning an application and a license, what they consider, in David's position, what the state or the regulators will consider local economic development. So there will be criteria. One of the criteria that I get most excited about is the criteria when states put in a criteria what's called social equity. And what that means is that we get scored points on our application for having a partner where you actually create wealth. So wealth creation, also another local economic development thing that I consider probably, if not the most important, but very important.
Absolutely.
I would second that with Elroy. I think that equity and wealth creation are key indicators for local economic development.
Absolutely. So we want our local entities, most business and residents, to be able to participate in our local growth. Okay, so moving on then, how important do you think, and especially Elroy, because your industry is so regulated, how important is the relationship between local government or the Chamber of Commerce to the overall growth of small business in general? In what specific ways does that connection help with small business growth?
That's a great question. When you look at, let's just start from the perspective of tax revenue. You look at a state like New York, the cannabis industry provides about $156 million in tax revenue. You look at Colorado, $25 million. Look at the city of Miami, $7 million in tax revenue. So from a perspective of how important is that relationship, it's crucially important because the revenues that are created in the cannabis industry go directly to the state. And as you know, those state revenues then get put back into our communities, ideally if you have the right legislators and elected officials, to education, improving the roads, libraries, Little League football fields, basketball courts, education, and things of that nature. So from a tax perspective, it's crucial and important as it relates to the relationship. Now, in terms of us being able to do our business and service our customers very, very well, local economic, those relationships are extremely important. And let me give you one example. At one of our facilities in State A, the city owns the road where our facility is located. We own, maybe about 10 acres. Now, the city is responsible. The light wasn't working. We were going to have to pay to put the lighting up. But as we begin to look at the planning charts, the zoning charts, we realized that was a city street. Now, because we have a great relationship with our local elected officials, we were able to go in and talk about that tax revenue that I just indicated that we create. And we were able to get the city to put that street light in, because it wasn't not just a service for our facility, it was a service for the residents and the community that lived around it. Now, even more importantly, as I went earlier, I talked about having the relationship with the community-based organizations and neighborhoods. So having those relationships with your neighborhoods and community-based organizations, they now see a benefit of an organization like ours going in and advocating to get a street light put in where there was one before. So it's a symbiotic relationship between the state, the residents, and the business that's in that particular facility to have a strong relationship with your elected officials.
Awesome. David?
No, I would say, if I can join Elroy in this, and that what the chamber would do then, and using his example, is to be the narration to the community of the benefit, right? So sometimes communities are very skeptical of the stakeholder coming into the community, and they would certainly assume that the stakeholders in there for their own benefit. It's places like the Chamber of Commerce who have then the relationships in the community with the political infrastructure that begins to translate and frankly provide cover for the stakeholder in a way that then helps them build the benefit case, right? So that what the chamber does, because it has the relationships with other businesses, the networking within government, and its connections to the community, then we help people like Elroy then be able to realize then the business strength. And then we also work with Elroy and other sort of benefits like job creation and wealth creation, and lending then or connecting him with some members, for example, that can help grow his business. So the relationship with government is very important, but certainly I would say that the relationship with then advocacy organizations that can help strengthen your case are equally as important.
Okay. And speaking of advocacy and being able to promote yourself and your services, I'm going to shuffle our questions a bit and ask, so what are some challenges that might keep a micro business owner or a freelancer from competing for opportunities like a local government or corporate contract? How could they overcome these challenges? And I think, Elroy, you had an interesting short story to share with us about that.
Sure. So especially in a highly regulated industry, such as the casino industry or the cannabis industry, or if you're going to do anything in pharmaceuticals, research and development, any of your highly regulated industries, you want to make sure, one, that you obtain the proper certification. And those certifications can come from Adrian Trimble, president of the National Minority Supplier Development Council. They have about 23 chapters around the country, and they do great certification. They will go in and make sure all your I's are dotted and T's are crossed. You can also work with your local chambers. They will make sure your I's are dotted and T's crossed, and many of your local chambers will give you that certification, whether it's veteran-owned, women-owned, minority, economically disadvantaged. You can also go to the federal government, the Department of Commerce, the Minority Business Development Agency, MBDA, which is inside the Department of Commerce, started in about 1960. So those are the three branches or three entities that at least I'm familiar with that, one, give you that certification and help you with the dotting the I's and crossing the T's. Once you receive that certification and you reach out to a company such as Harvest, you're able to have that first meeting and have your packet prepared. It's got your past performance. It has all of the certification. It has all of your insurance. It has all of your licensing processes and things of that nature that you need. So when you sit down with our procurement division, you're turnkey in essence. But one of the things I would stress more importantly than that is in such a highly regulated industry is to take one step further. And that is maybe work with an outside consultant who can come in and do kind of a personal stress test or forensic test of yourself. There was a situation in our industry where an individual had an unpaid parking ticket from X number of years ago. And as a result of that unpaid parking ticket, it slowed down the licensing application process. So you want to make sure that all your parking tickets are paid up. There was another situation in our industry where an individual had a phone bill from like maybe when he or she was in college, and it was like a $23, but that showed a ding on some sort of credit reporting, and that showed up. So again, you want to do that internal stress test, as I call it, or forensic audit on yourself to make sure that everything as it relates to passing an application in our business, you can get through that with ease.
Awesome. David, anything to add to that?
No, only thing I would say, and Elroy makes the point, is that many times what prevents businesses and the major obstacle that businesses have to be able then to get to the contracting stage and to get to the bidding stage is that their infrastructure is not aligned and doesn't speak well to the narrative. So with us at the Chamber of Commerce, we have pretty much every bank in Prince George's County that's a member of the Chamber, and we help make those connections. But oftentimes what banks see is that the inability to create then the positive narrative. So you have to have a history of performance. And even in times like this, with COVID, even if you have a downturn, what they want to be able to see is resilience. And so many times, micro companies have that challenge with stating that case. And Elroy's absolutely right. That's what we're here for, to help them businesses make that case of resilience, so then they could be have a much more appeal, if you will, to financial institutions.
One other thing I would add to that, piggyback David, just a light bulb went off. When you're looking to get a contract or procurement opportunity with a major corporation or the public sector, one of the things I've noticed in sitting in the chair that I sit in now is that I am particularly impressed when a small business comes in, and that business, because look, this is America. Most of our businesses are great. Most of our businesses have quality controls and they can produce a pretty good product. But what begins to separate the business is not necessarily our product or efficiencies. What separates it is that relationship. So I would really encourage any small or minority-owned business to spend time developing that relationship even before you apply for a contract. That may be going to buy that entity's products, getting to know that store manager or that corporate leader. It may be trying to figure out how you can go on their webpage and participate. A lot of companies now are doing a virtual activity. So my point there would be try to develop a relationship in these industries long before a contract comes out. And there's a myriad of ways through networking to develop those relationships, because then that tells me that you understand my industry. I've seen your face around. I've gotten a chance to maybe know you, or somebody in our industry has known you. But, relationships will trump experience and quality.
Any day.
Any day. I don't care how much experience and academics and quality and track record, but it's that relationship that sets you apart. So spend time developing that relationship above all.
And this is why you join a business organization to help them navigate those relationships for you. And that's what we do. We help navigate those relationships, because we tell people many times where proposals get denied is not because they don't make the good case, but the people who are making the decision don't know you. And if they don't know you, they're going to go with the person who they know. They're going to go that they've had a previous conversation with, or even as just as important, that you have a good reputation. Because in this town where I'm from, in the DC area, your reputation matters. And in fact, many times what I find is that people will go to other people to say, well, do you know Elroy? Yeah, I know Elroy. Elroy produces. I mean, I can tell you right now, oh, okay, that could be the difference of making a decision than if, oh yeah, no, I work with Elroy and he's a problem, right? And so making those relationships And connections is important, but having that reputation and connecting with others who can also speak on your behalf is just as important.
Absolutely. And that is probably the greatest motivation for joining the chamber for a small for a very small business I've heard so far.
It is.
Okay. All right, let's keep it rolling. What role do micro businesses play in your day-to-day operations? Or, for example, do you outsource any essential functions or partner with any to deliver your services? Either way.
Why don't you start? Because I think your business is, does more of that kind of work.
So, our business is relatively new, not in terms of the length of time that we've been in business, but the industry. Couple of facts on that, because I want to put this in perspective. In 2019, the industry as a whole was at about $10 billion. To 2020, $5 billion increase. They're anticipating, economists, whether it's the Harvard Business Review, Wall Street Journal, Forbes, they're anticipating by 2024 that the industry will be at about $40 billion. That's $30 billion in less than 5 to 10 years that this industry is getting ready to, that's on the cusp of. Now, when you talk about a $10 billion to $40 billion industry in that supply chain, those are that's a lot of opportunities. But again, our industry is highly regulated, and right now it's state by state. So every state has a different set of rules and things we can and we can't do. But as it relates directly to micro business in this industry, there are opportunities from seed to shelf to partner. There are opportunities to partner, whether it's on the transportation, whether it's, of course, your basic janitorial, your HVAC, your construction of the facilities, whether it's legal services, it could be public relations services. So it's across the board in America that is actually vertically integrated.
Oh, you're breaking up just a bit.
I say our industry is one of the last and one of the few industries that's vertically integrated. I mean, we're from seed to shelf. Most industries, if you take the auto industry, they don't actually make the metal. They don't make the rubber. In our industry, we actually make and grow the seed. And we take it all the way to the shelf. But I can't think of another industry that actually owns the raw material, puts it in the ground, cultivates it, grows it, packages, does the research and development, does the marketing of it, and then puts it on the shelf and sells it. So again, when you think about the cannabis industry, it's very, very broad. It's very important. A lot of it, I don't know what percentage is actually done in-house. But again, when you're talking about an industry that's going to go from $10 billion to $40 billion, it is definitely an industry that has a lot of a potential for small and minority-owned businesses to get involved because it's vertically integrated. And you're dealing directly with the company versus what happens sometimes if you're a vendor for a Ford Motor Company, you may be dealing with Visteon and they may be the prime, and then they may have a sub, and then you can be like three levels removed from the actual company because they're not vertically integrated. Whereas in the cannabis industry, let's just say if you're on the agribusiness side and you've got some role in the actual cultivation, you're dealing directly with Harvest versus some other company because we own and operate the vertical integration.
That is amazing. So that there are many opportunities for them to step in as long as they can meet the requirements for doing business in your industry, right?
Yes, and in particular, they have to understand the requirements of that state. So if you're a small business or minority-owned business in Maryland and you want to do business in Michigan, you first need to understand the requirements of Michigan. And the other thing I would add in terms of being helpful to the listeners in the audience is that if you're in Maryland and you want to do business in Michigan, before you start applying for a contract opportunity or trying to win that business, go research the laws so that you understand what you can and you can't do, because Harvest does not determine what you can and you can't do. The state regulatory body will determine that.
Right. David?
No, I don't have much to add to that. I would say that what Elroy is pointing out is the challenge that most minority businesses have is that they cannot be the prime contractor and oftentimes have to link themselves to the prime, right? And so I would suspect that Elroy deals a lot with then other minority or small businesses who can deliver goods and services, right? And this is where minority and Black-owned businesses have challenges because they're not connected to the primes that then execute the contracts, right? And how I know in the state of Maryland, the MBE program is suddenly prohibitive of MBEs becoming primes, but that the primes then determine which MBE gets work. Right. And so we have to untangle that in a way that allows primes to put their case forward individually, that then primes can select through a cadre of high performing MBEs to be part of that contract, not that the prime dictates then which MBEs get the contract.
Right. Okay, and as we roll close to our close, I'm going to wrap up with our last question, which is kind of a gimme. So this one we're going to start with you, David. Can you think of a scenario where a network of very small businesses would be more desirable to a community than a single large employer?
Yeah, I think that we have to, as I have a take on this question, the question is whether or not, as I framed the question also, which you did a great job at, the question is whether or not for a community, does the community get a higher benefit from having small businesses than to have large corporations? And it's not an either or question. I mean, obviously, large corporations have a benefit in terms of job creation or what have you, but clearly, small business really has much more of an impact. For example, nationally, half of the economy, if you will, and gross national product of the United States comes from small business, right? And when you look at employees, 60% of people are employed by small business. And so, and small business is the largest of providing then philanthropy in a certain community. So what you want to be able to do is attract small businesses that are connected to the community, that go back to creating wealth in that community, and then create identity. And so what we do at the Chamber is really help small businesses that have much more community impact, but also connect with the economy in a way where they can have then certainly much more sustainability in a way that grows the overall aspect of not only the region, but the local geographical area.
Anything to add?
I think David was spot on. I grew up in a household where my father used to say it's great to sign the front of the back of the check, but you also want to get to the point in life where you can sign the front of the check. And as I begin to matriculate, so when we start talking about small businesses, especially in this industry in particular, because of the regulatory nature of this business, I do not think when it becomes legal at the federal level, you're going to have a lot of small businesses. I think the industry will probably end up with about 10 major players. So I think in this industry, the question is, along the supply chain, one, are we going to be able to be prime contractors and get the multi-million-dollar contracts and not be a sub as a small business? And then two, I look at this more three-dimensionally, are we going to be one of the large MSOs that ultimately comes together and coalesces around the industry leaders? So I say small business, yes, to be a contractor. But the other question I think I would add to your point, Doctor, is are we going to be a big business, and are we going to have one of the large MSOs going to be Black minority owned? You look at in 1908, Henry Ford came out and launched the auto industry. You look in 1903, the Wright brothers launched the aeronautical industry. 1859, Mr. Drake launched the oil and gas industry. And then most recently, we saw the IT.com social media industry launch. That was 10 to 15 years ago. And just 5 years ago, the CDC members on Capitol Hill were talking about the digital divide. So clearly, we miss the latest industry as it relates to, we probably have a good number of contracts in the latest industry, but ownership, we don't own Google, we don't own Uber, we don't own Lyft. You look at the, this industry, this new service economy, we're not at the top of the food chain. So my desire, my hope, my goal, my prayers are that we as a community, yes, we look for workforce development to go from the street to the C-suite. Yes, we look to get on corporate boards. Yes, we look to become primes. But equally as important, we have to say, can one of us become an MSO, one of the largest owned cannabis companies in the United States of America? There's only going to be a handful.
I don't know if we have time, Dr. Lisa, but I would echo that point. And what I would say is that I think the conversation has to shift to then wealth creation and ownership, right? Like we can no longer be a consumer society and group. And then how do we begin to have the conversation and joint conversations, if you will, and collaboration of what are sort of the next aspects, right? So we too are very involved in the cannabis industry, and we're very concerned about how do we bring equity to that industry in a way where there's a broad tent of involvement. And so I think that I'm a grandfather right now. The conversation I'm having with them is very different than when my parents said, David, get a good job, get that good government job, and retire. What I'm saying to my grandchildren is, and then even to my children, is get that job, but move to entrepreneurship in a way where then you are having an impact on the economy. And that's a different conversation I think that I hope that we're having in our families and in our communities.
Well said.
Well said indeed. And in fact, that is a perfect way to wrap up. Thank you, David, for that and for being with us. Elroy, also thank you for taking the time out to chat with me today. 1 minute combined for any last points, or we can leave it on that perfect note. What do you think?
I'm like a preacher or a politician. I always take a mic. So 1 minute. My 4 P's that I've taken to the industry: people, prayerful, purposeful in what we do, and we'll all be profitable.
I like that. Those are some good P's.
Those are my 4 P's, and hopefully we can take that to whatever we do, and that's what I've taken to the cannabis industry.
Thank you so much. David?
And I must say 2 R's, risk and resilience. That I don't be adverse to risk, and always look to resilience, even when you're facing then challenges.
Excellent. Thank you again. Thank you both. I hope we can chat again soon. Thank you for joining me, and have a lovely, lovely day.
Can we get a screenshot before we leave so we can post? Now, can you move David over? Because we can't see the
I am so impressed with these messages that have been delivered so far this morning or today. And thank you to all of our previous speakers and certainly to those who are coming up. Also impressed with all of the digital commercials because, again, we live in a different world. So we're now going to go back and revisit our messages from Congressman Steny Hoyer, Congressman Anthony Brown, Assemblyman and DNC Democratic National Committee Vice Chair Michael Blake, and finally we will have a song by Miss Kitra Williams. Take it away, Lisa. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Congressman Anthony Brown, and I wanted to take the time to thank each and every one of you participating in the 3rd National Black Political Convention. By getting involved and staying engaged, you can make a difference in our communities and advance the cause of justice, equity, and opportunity in this country. Today, the Black community faces immense challenges. We face a global pandemic that disproportionately infects, hospitalizes, and kills Black Americans. We live with an uncertain economic future where over 50% of Black Americans live in a household that has lost employment income since March, and 20% of Black families live with some form of food hardship and insecurity. And we continue to grapple with systemic racism and violence at the hands of the police who are sworn to protect us. Despite these obstacles, I have hope that we will not only persevere, but overcome. Neighbors have come together to help each other through these difficult times. Young and old people from every race and background took to the streets in peaceful protest to make it clear that Black lives matter. In Congress, my colleagues and I are fighting to advance real solutions that address pain being felt by Black Americans. The HEROES Act, which passed the House nearly 4 months ago, would help ease the burden of working families who are struggling right now, helping them make ends meet and keep food on the table while we work to defeat this virus. I've introduced legislation that would tackle the health disparities we've seen widen during this pandemic, ensuring that underserved Black communities have the medical resources and professionals they need to stay healthy. And the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act will transform policing in this country, bringing new accountability for officers and finally banning the practices that have taken the lives of far too many Black men and women. Dedicated citizens like you coming together for honest discussions on the pressing issues of the day can make real change. I look forward to working with each of you, and as our dearly departed good friend John Lewis told us, to make good trouble necessary trouble. Thank you.
Good morning. This is House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer. I want to thank Mayor Johnny Ford for inviting me to address you today. In 1972, Black American leaders met in Gary, Indiana, for a historic convention that set out a bold agenda for Black leadership in the years following the triumphs of the Civil Rights Movement. Thanks to the conveners of this convention, that work has been carried forward in the years since. And this year's gathering comes at a moment unlike any other in our history. Both for Black communities and for our country as a whole, 2020 is a year of great challenge and great change, and sadly, of profound loss. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, a giant fighter for equality. John Robert Lewis, a courageous drum major for good trouble. And C.T. Vivian, an amazing religious leader and civil rights leader for faith and justice. And a year of collective loss, I should say, amid a deadly pandemic that is disproportionately affecting minority communities, and particularly African Americans. Our country is also at long last reckoning with deep-seated systemic racism and an epidemic of African Americans being killed during encounters with law enforcement. At the same time, a deeply divided America is heading into an election that offers us a stark choice. On one side, We have an incumbent who has emboldened white supremacists and whose policies have eroded the social safety net that we have built together over decades to protect the most vulnerable and help millions access opportunities. On the other, we have a man who has worked hard for equality and opportunity for all, who seeks to restore the soul and character of our country by healing divisions and ensuring that our government treats every person with equal dignity, respect, and consistently with our founding principles, still not fully realized after 244 years, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. But we continue to see progress, nevertheless, as Joe Biden has chosen as his running mate an outstanding senator who will be the first woman and the first Black to serve as Vice President of the United States. To me, and I suspect to many of you, the choice is clear. But the challenges facing African Americans communities cannot be solved by one election alone. Removing Donald Trump from office will not, in one stroke, end systemic racism or economic inequality or disparities in healthcare. But allowing him another 4 years in power will make it harder, much harder, to take the next necessary steps in meeting those challenges. That's why we need to engage African Americans in every corner of our country to participate in this election and make their voices heard. Only then can we begin to tackle these national challenges in a serious and significant way. I've been proud to work closely with my friends in the Congressional Black Caucus to ensure that the Democratic-led House is doing its part to address systemic racism, inequalities, and injustices in our country. That's why we passed the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, as well as legislation to raise wages, expand the healthcare access, combat gun violence, lower prescription drug costs, and protect our postal service. We have still so much work to do, and I look forward to partnering with you and other leaders from Black communities in the months and years ahead to address our greatest challenges together. But in this moment, we must focus first on overcoming the hurdle that stands before us and on turning out African American voters to vote this year. I hope you will join me in this effort so critical to our democracy and to ensuring that all Americans are represented. In that same regard, I hope you will also join me in encouraging people to participate in the 2020 census if they've not already done so. Together we must ensure that African Americans are counted and all who are in America are counted. And we must ensure that the vote of every single eligible American is counted. You know, I've walked across the Edmund Pettus Bridge with John Lewis 15 times, half of those times hand in hand with John, to commemorate Bloody Sunday and the March for Voting Rights. On the 50th anniversary of that march, on March 7, 2015, President Obama spoke and said this, and I quote, "What could more profoundly vindicate the idea of America than plain and humble people, unsung, the downtrodden, the dreamers, not of high station, not born to wealth or privilege, not of one religious tradition, but many, many coming together to shape their country's course." He went on to say this, which I thought was so profound. What greater expression of faith in the American experiment than this? What greater form of patriotism is there than the belief that America is not yet finished, that we are strong enough to be self-critical, that each successive generation can look upon our imperfections and decide that it is in their power to make this nation to more closely align with our highest ideals. That is what your objective is. That's what our country's objective needs to be. So I want to thank all of you for what you're doing to more closely align our actions with our highest ideals. God bless you, Godspeed, and congratulations for your efforts. Thank you for allowing me to join you.
Hello, everyone. This is Assembly Member and DNC Vice Chair Michael Blake. I had to show love during your National Black Political Convention. To everyone with NPA, thank you. Thank you for your leadership and your friendship. Of course, to mentors in the movement, Brother Guillory, Brother Ford, thank you for everything you continue to do. To Linda, congratulations on your next ventures in life. To Denise, congratulations for how you step in leadership right now. It's very safe to say we as Black people, we have to emerge victorious. Our businesses are dying, our people are dying, our schools are struggling, and we understand that we need to have political wins to change the game. And that's what's going to happen through the National Black Political Convention, not just today, but every day. So when we turn pain into promise and the test into the testimony, that's what's going to happen over these final 40 days. So God bless you. May God keep you. May God continue to protect you. And know that I'm forever grateful for everything you have done for me and for all of us. On behalf of the Biden-Harris campaign, on behalf of the Democratic National Committee, on behalf of us as a people, we say her name, we say his name, and we say the name that matters. We say amen, amen, and amen to the National Black Political Convention. God bless you all, and please get out to vote.
Now there's a light shining so bright on the dream we've waited for. Your hand in mine, hearts intertwined, marching on in one accord, a new birth of freedom is what we're calling for, a new birth of freedom, reaching out to everyone, a new birth of
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Beautiful song. Thank you, Dr. Lisa, Dr. Harrington, and Elroy Saylor for our micro and mighty small business conversation. Up next, we will have Justice and Injustice. Liberty's blindness has not worked for us, and we must have a plan for improvement. Our presider is Dora Muhammad. Our guest panelist is Judge Denise Langford Morris, Dwayne Crawford of Noble, and Commissioner Albert Turner.
Good afternoon. We are all honored to be here today. I hear a lot of feedback. Not sure why. I don't know if anyone has their phone on. Waiting for Commissioner to come on. He was backstage. I'll start with just some groundwork. There's more than 2 million people incarcerated in the U.S. We're only 4% of the global population, but we're 25% of the prison population. We all know that mass incarceration has crushed the Black community. So we have inmates being released as second-class citizens. What can we do about this? In 2016, the National Black Political Convention had 3 priority policy recommendations that we will build upon today in this session: voting rights, recidivism, and reentry. So I'm proud to have our panelists today. We're missing one, but we will march on. We have Judge Denise Langford Morris. She's the past president of the National Bar Association's Judicial Council. She's going to be focusing on how we need to improve or create new models for reentry programs. We have Dwayne Crawford, the executive director of NOBLE, the National Organization of Black Law Executives. He's going to be focusing on revisiting the First Rights Act and how that may hold keys to mitigating recidivism in our community. And lastly, we have the Honorable Albert Turner, a commissioner of Perry County in Alabama. So now I'm going to turn it over to the presenters. I'm Dora Muhammad, founder of the Aware Project. And hopefully what we'll hear today is going to help us trace the lingering injustices that haunt formerly incarcerated people so that we don't just return them to society, but restore them to our community. So Denise, I'm going to start off with you. 2 minutes each.
Thank you so much, Dora, for the warm introduction. Welcome to everyone to this panel, which is very, very important. I am a past chair of the National Bar Judicial Council. I still serve as an active judge in Oakland County, Michigan, outside of Detroit, where I was born and raised and a proud product of the Detroit public school system. Our courts are challenged with all of these pandemics going on in the world. Of course, the COVID-19 pandemic, racial disparity and white supremacist movements on the move, voter suppression, climate change, financial disparity, it's all impacting our courts and our methods of imposing justice that is so very important. I am proud to be here representing, and it's an honor to meet all of you.
Thank you. Dwayne, go ahead.
Yes, greetings from the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, NOBLE. Again, my name is Dwayne Crawford, I'm Executive Director. I've been in this role for approximately 6 years. I've also the honor to also be the Orange Black Men of America for approximately 12 years. The mission of NOBLE is to ensure equity in the administration of justice, and we do that by being the consciousness of law enforcement. Our key motto is justice by action, and we're excited to be here. I also want to bring your greetings on behalf of our National President, Linda R. Williams. Look forward to the dialogue.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Turner, the floor is yours.
Good morning. How are you? I'm happy to be a part of this panel this morning. I'm a 4-term commissioner from Alabama, serving in my 4th term on the ballot here in Alabama. I'm also the son of the March leaders, 1965 Voting Rights Act, which crossed the Edmonds Bridge, Selma, Alabama. It's a joy to be a part of this panel. I look forward to dialogue and the panel.
Very good. So we'll kick it off with Judge Denise. Can you talk about sort of the models of reentry programs that currently exist and your recommendations for ways that we can improve them? Or do we need to just really reinvent and transform how we approach reentry of former incarcerated people?
Okay, thank you. First, as I indicated, I'm a past chair. I don't presume to speak for all judges. I can talk about my experience as a judge for 28 years, a past assistant prosecutor in my jurisdiction, past assistant U.S. attorney, but most importantly, a social worker for 7 years, where I dealt with adult seniors, mentally and physically challenged. And many of those things that were important as a social worker are important as a judge. We need reentry programs to assist with all of those that are coming from jail and prison. People don't go to jail or prison forever, but rather they are with us and they need help. So I have worked with the Redeem program in Detroit with Pastor Alfonso, and we have worked to ensure that people can have an opportunity to connect with their communities when they are released from prison. 40% of everyone does not have families to go to. They need transportation, they need jobs, they need training, they need skills, they need support, and they need the ability to comply with whatever their parole or probation requirements might be. So I could go on about how important it is to assist with reentry, but the most important aspect I want everyone to remember is we have to all work together to help those that need help. Whether they're former prisoners, we have to help one another.
Very good, thank you. And Dwayne, I want you to talk about why you think this is an opportunity, or we have an opportunity approaching us to revisit the First Rights Act and what it contains and why that's important for recidivism.
Yes, absolutely. So in November of 2018, Noble endorsed the First Step Act, and it was a bipartisan legislation that was aimed at addressing criminal justice reform. Though it was definitely a controversial bill that became law, a big part that really got our interest is the opportunity to address minimum sentencing guidelines. We really were very interested in what we could do or help do in addressing three-strike trial, as many of you all know, that has been the law for a number of years. Just a real quick summary on the First Step Act. We felt that it was a balance between maintaining public safety, but also improving issues around reentry, rehabilitation, and workforce training programs. In addition to that, I also want to say that within the law enforcement community, there are a significant amount of us who believe that you can reduce incarceration levels and at the same time reduce crime, and especially violent crime. I just want to kind of give some other elements of the First Step Act. The First Step Act definitely is a small step, but we thought it is a small step in the right direction. We're hopeful that, not knowing what will be the election result, but it'll be an opportunity in the future to strengthen this law and to really expand it. For example, it reduces recidivism, which we thought we were very interested in. It also looks at how we can strengthen our communities and our economies. It also looks at how we can look at rehabilitation programming, as well as looking at earned time credit opportunities. And last, as I mentioned earlier, it reduces the mandatory minimum, which we were very interested in. Last, I just want to say that it only really addresses the federal prison system, which is a very small percent of state-wide and local prison. We're very much aware of that. But again, I'll say again, we still think it's an opportunity, though, to take that blueprint and expand on that and really try to get many of our people out of the prison system. So thank you.
Absolutely. No, thank you. And we'll circle back on that. Want to give the commissioner some time to talk about what they did to sort of redefine felony disenfranchisement to help restore voting rights. Commissioner, can you share that work with us?
Yes, the crime moral turpitude, the broad spectrum. Before we were able to get the Alabama legislature to enact new law that defined what the crime of moral turpitude was. Prior to that, you were disenfranchised from because of the conviction of moral turpitude. Without having that definition of what moral turpitude crimes were, every felon was disenfranchised and was not allowed to vote. The Alabama legislature then acted with the guidance of several civil and voting rights groups that came together to push for this legislative change in Alabama. Now there are a list of crimes that, if committed, those individuals would not be eligible to participate in the voting process. We are now working in the next legislative session to deal with a law much like Nevada law that would allow any felon who has served his time, once released, will be able to regain his voting rights. That's important because while you're incarcerated, you have to deal with the law of those prisons that you're serving your time in. But once you are released, you're released back into society, and you should have a say about the laws. Those individuals who make those laws. You've served your time in the criminal system. So now, as a free man, you stake in your survival and your freedom, and you should enjoy that basic right to vote. I'm encouraging everyone under the sound of my voice to go out November 3rd and make that selection, make that choice to vote.
Absolutely. I want to lift up the principles of restorative justice. That's one of the things that the AWARE Project advocates for. And in each of your areas, I really want to hone in on that. So Commissioner, just to follow up on what you just shared, we had talked about sort of the need to ensure that former inmates are actually productive when they come out and released. Can you share what the government's role and legislative or judicial responsibility is? It's a personal responsibility that we have, but sort of what is, can you give your perspective on that, the importance of having them be productive?
Well, it's important that now you have to be a survivor. You've survived incarceration. Now you're in the world. And as the judge alluded to earlier, what they give you when you come out of prison is the. So now, as a free individual, you have to make sure that the choices that you make are productive choices. And in allowing an inmate to vote, that allows that inmate to make a choice on who makes laws that he must follow. If you are excluding a whole segment of people from participating in the selection of their leadership and their lawmakers, then those people are bound to remain in a shackled situation. So what we're advocating now is that been released from that you have to integrate yourself fully into society, and it's no better feeling. I have hundreds of people vote every election as that person on election day feeling that he has the same power and has the same attention as a governor, as a senator, as a lawyer, as a doctor, as a school teacher. That individual has that ability to make a choice that will better his or her situation. If they don't have a right to vote, they make their own society, make their own rules, and then they become chaotic in our structured society. So it's important that those individuals have a voice in the electoral process.
That is so good. And Judge Denise, I know you talked about your years as a social worker, and I found it interesting when you had shared with us preparing for today's session that you utilized some of the principles you learned in social work in your sentencing. And one of those things that struck me, I think you had said that you included as part of probation the requirement to obtain a GED. Can you just talk about how those principles shaped and maybe some of the key principles that you want to lift up? I think that's really important for people to understand.
Yes, I just want to add, however, that the National Bar Association and, of course, the National Bar Judicial Council, we're working hard. Our president, C.K. Hoffler, and our chair, Judge Senria Edwards of New York City, are helping to train lawyers all around the country to ensure that they are ready to help convicted felons that have the ability to vote, that they can have their vote count. Now, I sentence people every day. I handle civil and criminal cases, and I do take into consideration what I learned making thousands of home calls over 7 years to adults. And I will say this, it is very, very important that what we have is the ability to know the real world. It's not easy to come out of prison, have no family members, have no support, and have to pay your fines, your cost, have to try to do something to better yourself. And I try to encourage the young people to complete their GED, get training and education, but I do know that everyone cannot complete the GED. It's a very, very difficult test if you haven't been in school for a while. One of my friends that has a PhD told me that she didn't know if she could pass it if she had to take the GED test. So we try to work with people. We have programs that will help them prepare to take the GED classes. They're now online almost everywhere in the country, so you don't have to go to a facility during COVID-19. And it's very important that people think about their short range, mid-range, and long range goals when they leave a prison facility. We want people to be successful, and that's when they can communicate with nonprofits, church organizations, community organizations, leaders, elected officials, people on the local level, state level, and nationally need to all work together with a plan, a program to assist everyone that can use the help to get themselves off the location where they are, wherever that may be. Everyone's not at the same level. Some people have a lot of family support, some have none. And so, again, we have to help each other, and that's what the organizations that I work in, the National Bar, the National Bar Judicial Council, that's what judges are doing across the country. It's not just me.
That's amazing. That's amazing. And I remember the image you gave me, how in Detroit, the inmates are dropped off from a bus in front of a library with no clothes, no place to live, and no work. And just that image alone and the need to have resources there said it all. Dwayne,
Yes,
I want to go to you.
It wasn't Detroit, it was Pontiac.
Oh, gotcha. Thank you for the correction.
Pontiac.
She's like, don't talk about my city. Dwayne, I want to go to you. And sort of the emphasis on the minimum sentencing guidelines that's in the first what is it? I messed it up. First Step Act. I'm getting it wrong.
Yes, First Step Act, yes.
Why is it important to have policy around letting inmates get released early? Like, what impact is that going to have? Like, don't you think if they stay longer in jail, they get
Absolutely.
rehabilitated
So
more?
many of
That's
you
not
all
what's happening.
may remember, especially those in the legal field, if you had, 3 strikes resulted into a life sentence, basically. And again, though we're talking about the federal prison, which I know is a small percent of the overall pie, I think I can give you some perspective here. So mandatory minimums for prior serious drug offenses went from life sentences to 25 years. That's a significant impact. In addition to that, it also gave judges a lot more latitude in how they did their minimum, their sentencing. For example, instead of having to be in strict guidelines to abide by a certain law or precedent, these judges now have the opportunity to have some flexibility in the sentencing of this. Now, I'm not at all suggesting that we look at federal prisons being 9%, I believe, approximately, of the total prison population of our country. I understand that's a small percent, but again, it's a small first step.
Definitely. I definitely want to thank you all. It's time to wrap up. I got my flash. We got a few minutes. So I want to, again, first of all, want to thank the National Policy Alliance for inviting us to be part of this conversation. Definitely want to give honor and respect to Linda Hayes-Cox Taylor for her years of dedication. We all love you and appreciate the sacrifice and the foundation you laid for this organization. And we're certainly going to build upon that and continue to build upon that. Before I wrap up, because I do have a quote, I like to always leave with an inspirational quote. I want to make note and highlight, literally in the morning session in health, the education session, mental health came up. And that was one of the thoughts that I wanted to leave, the intersection that gets obscured with mental health and incarceration. In 1955, there was an executive order that closed all national hospitals and local community clinics. And as a result, most people who have mental health issues end up being wrapped up and trapped in the prison system. And so my policy recommendation from the AWARE Project is to invest more to restore that infrastructure of community healthcare professionals. I live in Virginia, we have community service boards, and that also, as we look at sort of the policing reform that's happening around the country, that is those mental health professionals will be the body that we can rely on to respond to the emergency situation so our people don't get killed when they're having a mental breakdown in public. So this is the core of things that, of course, we need crisis intervention, but actually investing in community public health that is accessible is what my policy recommendation will be. And then before we go, I think I have my last minute pull. I have a quote from Haile Selassie. I'm from the Caribbean, so I got to give honor to my people. Throughout history, it has been the inaction of those who could have acted, the indifference of those who should have known better, the silence of the voice of justice when it mattered most, that has made it possible for evil to triumph. So with that, I want to thank our panelists and presenters today. It has been an honor. Thank you all. And I will toss it back to Denise.
Hi again. Okay, Denise, don't leave us. Don't leave us. So as it happens, there are emergencies and things happen. We're waiting for our next speakers to come on, which Denise is going to share with you. But while we're waiting, one of our speakers, our presider, is having literally an alarm go off a fire alarm go off in his place. So we know we can't control everything. But while we're waiting, I just want to mention very briefly what has happened and what is going to happen today. Denise Tyler, my colleague here on the screen with me, is our new executive director, and we're really happy to have her. But as we're, again, waiting, I just want to share with you briefly, what is the NPA? So the National Policy Alliance, I know Mayor Ford spoke about it earlier, is the presidents and the chairs of all of the Black elected organizations. So Congressional Black Caucus, state legislators, county officials, mayors, locally elected school board members, the Black judges, and of course, Blacks in government. Many of the people who have spoke with you today and will continue to have been the leaders of these organizations, and they know very, very well what they are walking, not just talking about this, they are walking the walk and leading our organizations and our communities. So what we have done over the last several decades is make sure that the leaders are talking to each other, sharing information. Yes, we have met with every president since Ronald Reagan. No, we have not met with the current person by choice. And we were very honored and very privileged to meet with President Obama. He embraced us better than anyone. Not that the others didn't, but President Barack Obama was just an incredible person to welcome us and to talk about policies. One of the things that we helped him to push through was the Affordable Health Care Act. And to sit at the table with Valerie Jarrett, with his team, with secretaries and other people, to literally watch the process and how it happens, how you actually pass a national law was incredible. And yes, it was absolutely wonderful meeting with him and other people in his administration. So, Denise, I'm going to pass it back to you. Hopefully, we have everybody pulled up, and we'll continue on. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. First, let me to mention and thank my congresspersons in office in Maryland, Congressman Steny Hoyer, Majority Leader, and Congressman Anthony Brown, for sending in the welcome to the National Black Political Convention. I also wanted to say thank you for Kitcha for that beautiful song, Dr. Williams, for the beautiful song which was appropriate. And we will hear further from her at other times because she has an appropriate message through song about unity in our, not only in politics, but in our world as a people, of us coming together and us uniting, and bringing that message forward as our involvement as a people to get involved in the process. And she does it very well through song. So I'd like to thank her also for the moment that she had. What we'll have upcoming next is media, social media, and our impact. We are the talent, writers, and entertainers of the world, and yet. Our presider will be Don Polk of AC Advertising and Media Group, Solomon Herbert of BMTM, and Rob Neal of IBBA.
Hello, everyone. This is Don Polk. I'm co-managing partner of AC Advertising and Media Group. We're glad to be here today, and I'm going to wait for our panelists to bring you an interesting conversation about media in today's climate. Thank you. I'd like to start out with introducing you to Solomon Herbert of Black Meetings and Tourism Media and Rob Neal of International Black Broadcasters Association. I would like for each one just to take a minute and say a little bit about their company and what they do. Solomon, please let us know. Thank you. I believe we're having a technical difficulty. Lisa?
Hi, Don. Okay. We know things happen. And some of our speakers are on the other end of the country, as I know you are. So what we're going to do is you and I are going to have a chat about this while we're waiting for Rob and Solomon to log on. We've communicated, so hopefully they're logging on to the right link. But just share with me briefly as it relates to media, and I can certainly say this, that the overall media in this country, particularly for African Americans, has changed and has drifted into something that for my generation we don't even see. The fact that we're even having this conversation on a computer, right, on a television. So share with us what your thoughts are on how media has changed over the last, let's say, 20 years or 30 years.
Well, certainly, thank you, Linda. Certainly by, of course, how we communicate, the speed we can communicate, and the fact that we can communicate effectively globally. So with the whole advent of social media, which obviously includes the many platforms, the most popular being Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat, Instagram, etc. We can pretty much send a message, receive a message, organize in a matter of minutes. And that certainly is a major difference and component, as well as the fact that we can galvanize, organize, and speak to each other around the globe and speak to any event or subject matter. So that in and of itself, I mean, you notice that when there's an issue, folks can organize and come together, including protest, if you will, at a moment's notice, so to speak. So that in and of itself is really a great thing. It's a great thing that the internet and social media has become and is a game changer. It is a way to equalize, or I should say it's an equalizer whereby folks, and especially Black people around the world, which we still have to define and understand who we are from a global perspective. But we can now communicate. We can now send messages. We can now talk about trade. We can now talk about economics. We can now talk about social justice or injustice. So that in and of itself is a major push. It's a major advantage from where we were to where we are.
But to that point, and that's certainly, we all know that, things have changed, and that's probably a wonderful thing that things have changed. Information gets out. I have been amazed at particularly the protests and the positive protests, and how quickly people have been able to galvanize and get people out. On the other hand, are we losing our print, our radio? We have, 3 or 4 Black TV stations, Magic Johnson, Oprah Winfrey, BET, and who am I forgetting? One other. But, oh my goodness. And one, exactly, TV One, Kathy Hughes Network. So those are good. But are we losing something? Or are we now in a place that this is where we are? And certainly we're not going to go backwards. But it feels like the intergenerational communications and intergenerational information sharing has shifted. And that maybe, my generation is saying, well, what do we do now? We don't have Ebony Magazine to tell us about research anymore. So what do we do?
Well, you're certainly right that there is a shift. There's technology, there's the internet. What we do in all media, we can shift to. We can and should purchase businesses, we should do what we can to own the NBC likes or the BETs that we once owned and now it's Viacom.
Right.
We should invest in those mediums whereby we can compete, whereby we can send messages around the world with the least or less interruption or disruption. So we have to learn more about building business that builds the people, who tells the stories that builds hope.
That is so true. That is an incredible truth, and I'm hoping. Okay, so Lisa, one of our speakers, Solomon, he said he's on, he's waiting. I don't know how to get him over to us, but Lisa, if you can pull him up, that would be wonderful, because he's one of those individuals who represents a publication, a national and an international publication that speaks to, how we get information and how he's gone through literally a transition from a printed document to a online document. And I know we all are having to experience it. Certainly the virus is one thing, but the other is just what's happening now. Yes. So Lisa, I'm going to ask you if you would resend Solomon and Rob the updated link. So just in case, because they're telling me that they have been sitting and waiting, and I want to make sure that we get them in and so that I can back out of the conversation. But I do know that is something that we all have to be concerned about. And just speaking to, say, the next generation, they live on these.
Yeah.
They live on it. Yeah. I can put it down all day or half a day and be fine. But it is absolutely a necessity in how our communities are communicating. Now, and then so let me add this question on. Because we're communicating differently, how does the young people, I won't say young people, but poor people who, may have I can only buy 10 minutes worth of time a month or whatever. How do we make sure they're included?
I think the primary way is affordability. We have to do what's necessary to keep costs down, prices down. But I think there's clearly a way, especially with companies like Facebook, Amazon, those who are making billions and hundreds of billions of dollars can certainly help to make sure that either by satellite or other methods or mechanisms or technologies can see to it that every community, every person has access. Every person, every community can get information. Every community can send information or be attended to just by the push of a button or by speaking into some equipment. So I think we can get there again if we want to, and affordability is key, as well as the technology that can reach every corner of the globe. And satellite is certainly one way, and there are folks right now or major companies that's exploring and involved in that sector, whereby even the poorest of nations are able right today to receive signals and receive information.
Well, while we have this opportunity, and we're trying to, Solomon is trying to make sure he has his connection done right, and these things do happen. Can you speak to some of the international, and in fact, here's our other speaker, Rob Neal. Let me get him on here. Okay. I know, Rob, we are live on air, and we're trying to get you to connect. Okay. Okay, hit the link that was sent to you this morning. We're live on the air. Okay, bye-bye. Okay. Oh my goodness. It happens. This is
Yes.
real, everybody,
Yes,
right?
it
It is
does.
what happens.
Yes,
We've
it
got
does.
both of our speakers saying, oh my gosh, how do I get to you? And in fact, Denise, if you can, either Denise or Liz or Lisa, if you can email Rob and Solomon the link that you sent this morning, it would be very helpful. I know everybody's trying. I'm going to admit something hilarious now. Several of our speakers are, of a different generation, and some of them sadly are in rural areas where the signals have been just really bad because of the storm and the weather. So we are very patient and appreciate everything. But Don, if you could just speak to, just for a minute, even within your own business, because I know you conduct business all over the world, how easy or complicated, has it been easier, or has it had an impact or no impact?
It's interesting. Various countries provide services where their citizens have either easy access or expensive access, whatever the case may be. However, because of the Skypes of the world, Zoom, and other platforms, folks are able to communicate relatively easy in many parts, whether it's Europe, whether it's Africa, it could be Sierra Leone, DRC, all over. And we seem to do okay. Maybe every now and then we'll have interference, but I think one of the most interesting, so to speak, or baffling maybe, things that have happened is the interference in the United States. There was a time not too long ago that I was, I would kind of puff up the fact that America didn't have those issues of being able to communicate internationally. And now, for some reason, there's more interference than ever before. What that is, I don't know. Certainly don't want to throw out the usual conspiracies that we seem to get almost every day. But by and large, it's becoming better and better to communicate around the globe very clearly most of the time. And it seems to be improving, as it were. I believe maybe the COVID problem might be having some effect for sure. But again, overall, there's very good communication with clarity, etc.
Okay. Well, I know we tried our hardest, and they're still sending me messages saying that they're trying to log on. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is definitely a different world we're in.
We're kind of getting into that conversation a little bit. Do they have the email from this morning that came?
That was exactly what.
Because it's pretty easy with that.
It was just hit the link, right? And they're like, oh no, what link? I got it yesterday. Don't use that link.
Right.
I know. I said, oh my gosh. But these things happen. I'm just trying to help them to get here. And, hopefully we'll be able to have a little bit of a conversation. We have had some technical problems today. This has been just a phenomenal and unique way of producing a meeting, and one that I'm sure many of our listeners and viewers have never experienced. So what you all don't know is while I'm off, I'm texting everyone, calling everyone, telling them to log on with the correct link, because everybody feels like, oh, I sent you a message 2 weeks ago and that's the message I'm going to use to communicate. But I just want to wrap back around for something that kind of occurred to me as it relates to media and social media. Certainly most of us get our information. We don't, depending on your generation. Some people watch the news, some look on Facebook. I'm not going to call anybody out, but I have a very close friend who never watches television. So I asked, how do you get your information? How do you know, what's going on in the world or what's going on in your own community? And I was amazed at the response, which was, well, I get it through Facebook or, Nextdoor or whatever, one of these apps. And I said, oh my gosh, that was just unbelievable to me that, this is the mode that is being used to communicate. And it is where we are. But as the previous, some of the messages from the congressman and from Michael Blake were talking, if we're getting ready to vote and you don't know how or who or where, that's a major problem. It's a major problem. So I'm just curious how you see or how you visualize what communications is going to look like, say, even in the next 5 years.
Certainly, as we get closer and closer to instant gratification or instability, we'll have to acclimate to what's happening. And, I was thinking as you were talking how back in the day, folks got information simply through the mail about voting and who's running for office, etc., as well as, which I don't know if that was the correct thing to do, would be guided as to who to vote for. So I'm a believer in multiple ways, multiple uses or means to get messaging out. So to appeal to different communities or segments or demographics, we have to meet the folks where they are. So we need to understand, which there's a lot of research and information about our habits. So we need to understand what our habits are, how we do X, Y, Z, and meet those challenges and get information to people, again, where they're at. And if we continue or build on leave no one behind, then we'll figure it out. We'll find ways.
Don, I want you to keep talking, but I'm going to email them because they both are sitting there. Okay. So I just want you to know that, but please keep talking. I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay. Not a problem. So as I was saying, we need to use our abilities to think and find ways that will meet the challenges of communication or the lack thereof. I certainly believe even today, there's a lack of communication. There's a lack of the way and how we communicate so that we can send and receive and talk about various things from a national and international perspective. That's not robust enough by any stretch, where we clearly can speak in silos or in regions, etc., or have communication that's segmented. But again, if we find a way, which it's relatively easy, to make sure that we can communicate important information or messaging on a national basis repetitively, where we have a place to go and communicate 24 hours, 7 days per week, we can certainly improve on how we communicate, how we work with each other, amongst each other, for each other, and improve our lives as a result of it. So while we're waiting, let me also, one of the questions that we want to or intend to talk about is media, information, images, and whether it's positive or negative or neutral. And I'm very interested in hearing from our panelists. So I'll certainly be brief, but I want to say that years ago, when I got involved with media, marketing, advertising, etc., or messaging, information, one of the things that encouraged me to get involved in that sector or industry or environment was because I wanted to change or help change or be a part of the change of our image, especially when it came to Black and brown people. We know today that although images have improved or how we are.
Don, I'm going to cut you off. We got one of our other speakers, so let's.
Not a problem, Linda. Not a problem.
Thank you. Thank you, Don. You have done a yeoman's job. Thank you. And all right. Oh my goodness. Technology. All right, Lisa, take me down.
Hello, gentlemen. We have Rob Neal and Solomon Herbert. Can you both hear me?
Yes.
Great. Fantastic. Well, I'm glad you're here today. Thank you very much. And welcome to our segment. Solomon Herbert of Black Meetings, Tourism and Media, Rob Neal of International Black Broadcasters Association. If each of you would just take a minute and let the viewers or audience know what you do, what your business is about, please take a moment and enlighten us. Solomon? Uh-oh. Well, another technical difficulty. Rob, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay, great. Please take a moment while we're waiting for to get back up, I guess. Just tell us a little bit about what you do, Rob, your business. Uh-oh. Well, today is an interesting day. Well, this is one of those times that we know, especially as entrepreneurs or politicians or doctors or lawyers or school teachers or just plain old folks, when issues arise, we handle it best we can and keep things moving. So now there's no one here but myself. So, okay, Colin's back. Rob, can you both hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Solomon, Rob.
I'm Rob. I can hear you.
Dr. Lisa, I'm not sure they can hear me.
I can hear you.
I can hear you, but it is breaking up from time to time.
Uh-oh.
What about now? Can you hear me? It's Rob.
Well, I know Linda and I heard each other fine. I don't know what's happening. Dr. Lisa. perhaps we're having a streaming difficulty, something.
Okay. Don, I could totally hear Rob and Solomon, but apparently you could not.
No. And I don't
Solomon,
think-
can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
I can hear you and see you fine, Linda.
Okay. And Rob, we're getting a horrible connection for you. You keep drifting in and out. We're not getting your picture okay, but if you can hear us, we're going to move forward. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So Don, can you hear Rob okay?
I can't hear Rob
I can
at
hear.
all.
Okay, so I'm going to take the lead so Rob can hear me. Rob, the question, and I know this has been very different. Solomon, can you hear me? Okay. I don't think he can hear me. Lisa, text Solomon, let him know his mic is not on. So, Rob, if you can just quickly, because you manage an International Black Broadcasters Association, and if you could just speak briefly how the change of communications has happened in your industry as a broadcaster, not just in our country, but across the world, how it's impacting Black people.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, first of all, I'm so happy to be here today, and thank you for inviting me, and you are just simply amazing, no question about it. I know the question you just asked me, but if you would allow me to give just maybe a second or two about the International Black Broadcasters Association, I would appreciate it.
Sure.
Well, since you said
And then he cuts off. Rob is in a very rural area, and I know he had connection problems last night. I got to tell him to log back on. Goodness, these things happen. I mean, they really do. This is so different for all. Solomon, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Okay, there we go. Yeah, we can hear you. All right. So Solomon, if you could just, Rob is back. Rob, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so move on. You were telling us about the international. Your connection is really back and forth. So go on and share with us about the organization.
Okay, long story short, I'm the founder and executive director of the International Black Broadcasters Association, IBBA. Our co-founder was the late, great Mr. Charles Everett, and we formed this organization. He was the vice president, and our main mission was to increase minority ownership, Black folks owning radio stations and TV stations. So solely that's our reason for existing. That's what we do. That's what we will continue to do. And again, it's a great loss that we lost Mr. Evers, but I will continue to move forward and carry out that dream. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank
very
you.
much.
Solomon, can you share with us some of your, as a person who actually published a publication, you went from print to now online. If you could speak to your publication and how it has now changed in the last 10 years.
Yes. Well, my name is Solomon Herbert. I'm the publisher and editor-in-chief of Black Meetings and Tourism magazine. It's a trade magazine for the hospitality, travel, tourism, meetings industry. We've been operating for about 27 years, over 27 years. And it is changing, definitely. But one thing about a trade publication is they still want to have the print version. So we are doing a lot more stuff online these days. We do have a version of the print magazine. We also do a lot of digital newsletters. But what I really like to touch on is the fact that despite, now we're in the travel industry. So while I can talk about publishing, I have it from being in the travel industry. The African Americans spend something in the neighborhood of over $73 billion a year on travel and tourism. My issue is very little of that gets back into Black community, gets into Black businesses. the way things are structured right now, the leadership is not very diverse in this industry. There are over 700 these are destination marketing organizations and cities that basically marketing efforts and all of the marketing spend for the travel industry. And of those 700, only 9 are run by African Americans. There are 50 state departments of tourism, those run by an African American. When you have no diversity at the leadership, it's reflected in the way that they, I'm sure this probably is true in many other industries as well, but I'm speaking specifically American market. And what we need to do, in my opinion, is to hold these destinations, these cities, these states, and for that matter, the international, there's something called Brand USA, which is responsible for marketing the international traveler. Black folks have very little to do with that and don't benefit from the spend there either.
So, and that's a great point, Solomon and Don. So I know we're going to try to start wrapping up, and I know that there's Rob. Rob is really in a bad spot for connection, but if each of you could kindly just give a recommendation or a suggestion on how your industry and how policymakers can help your industry to get more business, to have ownership, whatever it is that you want. So let's start with Don. Thank you, Don.
Thank you very much, Linda. Let me just say quickly that the National Policy Alliance is developing a project that speaks to a need that we have, and the project is Fairness and Equity Project. It's the National Policy Alliance Fairness and Equity Project. And our intent is to help bring about change in the area of business entrepreneurship and helping to improve the lives of communities in America and around the globe. And especially by way of policy as well as economic parity. So I'm going to just say, or leave this part by saying and repeating a mantra. And if we learn and understand how important this is, especially in our communities, meaning together in trade, we'll get it. And that is, once again, build the business that builds the people who tells the stories that builds hope. If we understand that, we'll get it, and we'll come together and build our dreams.
Thank you so much, Don. Solomon, if you have a recommendation or a suggestion.
I definitely think.
I think Solomon's.
He's
Can you
speaking
hear me?
now. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I definitely think these organizations are responsible for marketing African American market segment need to be held accountable. I think
that's right.
You very well know that some years back, the NAACP put out a report that pressured the lodging industry spending money with African American, organizations sponsoring advertising.
Oh no, Solomon. Well, I know what he was speaking to, and essentially he's saying that we all need to hold organizations and others accountable. Oh, there you are. Great. So I was just wrapping you up, Solomon.
Solomon, can you hear us? So essentially what Linda is saying, and Solomon, as she was leaving off, we have to hold our major businesses, the major corporations, accountable, and ask them and expect them to do business with us in major ways. And if they're spending major dollars with us, then we can build our communities by hiring people, giving jobs, etc. So again, let's expect these major companies to support us. We support them, have them support
Yes.
us, or else.
That is so true.
Yes.
And I can certainly speak on behalf of Solomon and his publication, who has been extremely supportive over the years. I need to share this in all full disclosure. I've known Don and Solomon for, my gosh, a few decades, and these are very upstanding businessmen who get it and are now prepared to help some of the younger people to move forward and let our people. We travel, we spend a lot of money. Let me turn to Rob before you cut off anymore, and we can wrap up. Do you have a recommendation or a suggestion?
Well, just a couple of things. A little bit of history about radio. And I know a lot of businesses were affected by deregulations. And radio, at one time when radio was real good and when opportunities was even better for African Americans, was when the FCC had it set up under, I think it was, I can't think of the commissioner, the chairman name at that time, but it was set up that you could only own one FM and one AM in a market.
Yeah.
Well, when the regulation came about, that really set up and caused African Americans not to have the opportunity in communications that we once held. So those are things we need to work on. And number one, and I know a lot of businesses are affected by this too, and especially African American, access to capital is one of our big issues that we have.
So Rob, I don't want to cut you off, but I know we've gone long, and I'm getting the pull the rank there. So Don, if you want to just close us out, thank you to all of you, and thank you, Don.
Yes, well, thank you very much, Linda. I want to thank Solomon Herbert, Tourism and Media, and of the International Black Broadcasters Association. Thank you very much. And to our listening audience or viewers, thank you very much. And stay tuned for more programming. Have a wonderful and blessed day, and enjoy your weekend. Thank you very much. Bye, Linda.
Hello, my name is Lindia McCrae. I'm a graduate student from Virginia State University, and today I'm here to talk to you about WLST, Women Love Sports Too. WLST's mission is to educate women and enhance their understanding, appreciation, and enjoyment of sports as a business opportunity, a career option, and as a fan. Women Love Sports Too was founded in 1998 in the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area. The founder, Linda Taylor, wanted to create an organization that provides women of all ages with a unique sporting experience while capturing their interests, plans, and future advancements. Our 2-year goals include launching a podcast, implementing an international education exchange, as well as continuing our fun trainings. Our long-range goals include participation in major sports championships, Olympic events, all-star activities, rolling out a career and business network, and debuting a WLST talk show. For now, you can find us on Facebook, but please be on the lookout for our podcast and website, mywlst.com, coming before the year ends. Once again, I'm Lindia McCrae, a graduate student from Virginia State University.
The host.
Says you're in the show.
This is not my crew. Yeah, this
Good afternoon.
Hello, everybody. It's time to wake up and stay woke, as my good friend Dick Gregory said. Those were some of his last words. So we're ready for a political landscape, the state of American politics, where and how Blacks should position ourselves. How are you, Jesse? Haven't seen you for a long time.
Hi, Dr. Williams. How are you?
Great, great. Okay, I think we're also expecting the one and only Mayor the mayor, Johnny Ford. I don't see him yet, but we're going to get started anyway. I want to talk a little bit about Black Lives Matter and how it impacts the political landscape. I want to first of all ask each of you who would like to respond, what is your thinking on Black Lives Matter up to and beyond Election Day? Is the movement helping or hurting the candidates we're supporting?
Can I yield to Ms. Webb?
Ms. Webb, it's on you.
So, in my very humble opinion, I think the movement is helping to push candidates to actually be more public service minded, and especially focusing on those marginalized communities. And for those candidates that are not being centered on those particular communities, the public is becoming more aware. So in my opinion, I think the movement is really helping to enrich the political discourse around what is it that electeds are supposed to do as it relates to governance, and helping folks to understand that if we are not centering the needs of those who are most vulnerable as elected officials, and as a former elected official myself, I will say to you that quite often in the political circles, whether it's at the local, state, or federal level, it's very easy to not center marginalized voices for those that have the most money or most influence. And so what I think we're seeing with Black Lives Matter is that people are saying they are sick and tired of being sick and tired with governance and politics as usual. So I think the movement in this current moment is definitely adding to the national and global discourse around governance.
Thank you. Jesse, did you want to comment on that?
I just want to say that I very much agree with Ms. Webb, and that what I think we have seen is that the prophecy, if you will, of Martin Luther King Jr. in the I Have a Dream speech, where he talked about the legitimate discontent. Hi, Johnny. How are you?
Dr. E. Williams.
I see that we've been joined by Mayor Ford, and we're going to get to you in just a second. Go right ahead, Jesse.
I think we are looking at the prophecy from Dr. King when he said that we were looking at a long summer of the legitimate discontent and reckoning of the Negro, and that there would neither be rest nor tranquility in America until the obligations promised to us as people in the Declaration of Independence of equality are indeed met. And so I think we have entered into a season where the decentralized local efforts of Black Lives Matter truly matter. I think for the last 40 or so years that I can recall, I'm 55 years old, our leadership has been essentially centralized around a few personalities. But Dr. Williams, the local grassroots effort and the reckoning that is taking place with police departments is something that absolutely has to be encouraged, because too much has shifted in one direction and it has to be brought back to the local community.
Dr. Williams.
Okay, and I think we're going to cut over now to Mayor Ford. How are you this morning? This afternoon, actually. Hello. I think we're not hearing Mayor Ford. So let's go to the next question until we can bring him back up. Are we more organized now than we were in 2016?
I would, just to add on, I would say that not only are we more organized, we're also more mobilized. If you look at everything that's been happening, again, with the recent decision, the injustice that was served with Breonna Taylor's court case, to countless others, here, even in my state of New York, where there's protests happening right now in Rochester, New York, as it relates to issues of police brutality. I think that, going back to what I said earlier, and just even reflecting on the climate, if we think about when the first Black political convention was held in Gary, Indiana in 1972, you had a very similar kind of crossroads as it relates to what was going on, not only nationally, but also issues that were impacting our community as Black folks. And so what I think, what I'm seeing from folks in my generation and also in generation Z is that, and not just simply from the standpoint of generational connectivity, but just the current climate and what I'm seeing on the ground, but also globally, is that people are not only organized, they are mobilizing quickly and pushing for things and transformations that people had quite frankly deemed impossible or improbable that those things could happen. And so I think, you know, to what I said a moment ago, we are seeing a change in the national discourse around what does justice look like, what does equity look like. And so I think that is the motivating factor in what folks are saying in our communities, is that we need to do more than just the incremental change. We need transformational change.
Okay, hold 1 second, Jesse. I'm just wondering if we have Mayor Ford yet. If not, then would you like to address that same question?
I think we're more mobilized. I'm going to take a slightly different take on the organization that Ms. Webb was talking about. I think we're less organized. I would like to have seen a Democratic convention where organizers from all 50 states would have come together who were young, engaged, and could go back to their respective states, localities, and do voter registration, speak to high school students, to engage them in the political process. 100% agreed on we are definitely more mobilized, but I'm not so sure that the pandemic has allowed us to organize. We're even having technical problems communicating by Zoom in terms of our ability to organize. What we do know is that we need the most massive turnout in the history of our country on November 3rd. What we do know on the organization side is we need the most massive early vote in the history of our country to occur before November 3rd. And that represents a organizational challenge in a pandemic. It means our most loyal seniors who consistently vote for progressive candidates and Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid. How do they get to the polls in this environment? Are we going to make them stand in line, or are we going to be deferential, allow them to walk into the polling place around us? Those of us who are younger and can be more patient and understand that we need to get them in and out of a safe environment very quickly with the right kind of spirit. That's a function of the kind of organizing, kind of pandemic organizing, if you will, that needs to be implemented over the next 40 days, and especially turnout. There is one landscape, Ms. Williams, and I'll conclude on this. There's one landscape, obviously, between now and November 3rd. There's a landscape if Joe Biden wins. There's a landscape if Donald Trump is successful. There is a landscape if Joe Biden loses but won't concede. There's a landscape if Donald Trump loses but won't concede and won't leave. We've got a number of landscapes that could change very, very quickly. But between now and November 3rd, it's organization and mobilization to get our votes out and make sure they're counted.
Okay, in view of the fact that we've had so much chaos and some ballots have already gone out, what do you think we should be concentrating on now? Is it still registering people or getting out the vote, or what?
There are some jurisdictions that have same-day on-site voter registration, and obviously those jurisdictions will be able to take advantage of that law. But usually voter registration in many of the states stops about 30 days before the general election. And so voter registration activities, you'll see them start curtailing around October 3rd, about 30 days before the election. And then it's just full-time GOTV, get out the vote. How do we get people safely to the polls? How do we drive and turn our vehicles into safe vehicles that can take senior citizens and not expose them to potential respiratory illnesses to and from the polls? And how patient will we be with them to return them to their safe domiciles is a factor. What we do know is we are going to be in a very serious cycle with potential legal challenges and an election that may not be decided on November 3rd. We're going to have to be patient and vigilant. We should not get out of line until we passed our franchise.
Okay, and another question I'd like to ask, Ms. Webb, in terms of your state, your area, how do you feel about the organization at this point for November 3rd?
I think part of the challenge that we have, in addition to very blatant voter suppression, efforts that have been underway for quite some time is that folks, and especially in our communities, are looking for what are we voting for? What change are we actually going to see as relates to our outcomes as Black and Brown folks in our communities? And what I think is, and what I'm seeing in different organizations, such as my own, also in NAACP and many others, is that we're trying to make voting personal. Like, what do you have personally to gain as relates to voting? And so getting people to even create their own personal voting plans, right? Like, why are you voting? Like, getting people to connect in that way. I know our governor actually issued an executive order a couple weeks ago now, setting up ballot drop boxes across the state because of the concern as it relates to voter suppression. And so I think, efforts around raising awareness around the different ways you can vote. So especially for those who have, I think we all have safety concerns as it relates to COVID. And so some states finding out, can you vote early? Can you do the mail-in ballot? All these different options that are being made available, and knowing how to access them is going to be very important. And that's what I'm seeing in my state of New York, but also through the work that we're doing through my organization, Black Millennial Convention.
If you're like me, you get a lot of requests for donations. I'm wondering if it's more effective for us to send money to the candidate of our choice, or if we should have groups that pool our money and send that pool of money to candidates. Jesse?
I think at this stage of the game, it's probably a function of people that you feel personally supportive of, people who have spoken to your heart and spoken to your issues. What I know is the existential threat on our community is so great on November 3rd that anything we can do to help Joe Biden and Kamala Harris overcome the immediate existential threat, which has nothing for the next 43 days to do with the accountability that we're going to have to hold them to. There is no doubt that we're going to have to hold Joe Biden and Kamala Harris accountable to an agenda. But for 43 days, we need gas money. We need to identify seniors who need to get to the polls. We need to get out to vote. And if you noticed, we had, under the pandemic, some version of a convention that allowed people to participate, that had a platform. There was no platform at the Republican convention. It was the Donald Trump re-election party. It was at the White House, inappropriate and maybe even illegal. And so we're in really new territory here with the president who's also threatening not to leave office or to accept the election results. Unless the election is so clear, so clearly defined on election night, we could be in very difficult territory as a nation.
Councilwoman Webb, do you think at this point we in the Black community actually have an agenda? Is that important, or do we just have to say we know who we're going to vote for at this point, no matter what?
I think we've always had an agenda. It's just a matter of unifying around different aspects of the agenda. And what I think this current moment has exemplified is that if we aren't united in our efforts as it relates to making sure that our issues are put at the forefront, and so holding those candidates accountable as it relates to our issues being addressed, I think that is where we are finding kind of at this point in time where we need to make the rubber meet the road. And so I think part of the challenge that we have is not just simply looking at this election cycle from the standpoint of the presidential election, but down the ballot candidates, but also looking ahead, how are we holding these elected officials accountable? So whether that's our local district attorney's offices as it relates to issues around criminal justice reform, even our mayor offices, city councils, school boards, right? A lot of our kids are learning remotely now. So how are they and their families being impacted by this new normal that has been created due to COVID? So there are several key issues that have been a part of our agenda as Black folks. It's just now it's taken a shift due to COVID. But I think what's very critical and important is that we don't let up. And I think that is the charge that we have, not just as Black folks, but as folks who claim that they are allies and accomplices for social justice and racial justice, that how do we collectively hold people's feet to the fire and also make sure that our issues are being met?
What at this point do we say to people who hear nothing but help for the middle class and we never really hear a lot about how we help poor people? What would we say to those candidates at this point?
So part of the,
Either of you.
yeah, I was going to say part of the challenge is that we give too much power to the candidates, and we have to own the narrative
Mhm.
and be explicit and unapologetic around this is what's going on. This is what's impacting, working poor families. This is what's impacting Black communities, Indigenous communities. Like really reframing the narrative, and not just simply in the context of an election, but beyond the election. Because what our political structure often kind of supports us is kind of, okay, gear up for the election, vote, and then let's see what happens. And so I think that what we're seeing in this climate, that it's imperative that we reframe the narrative around what is going on in our communities, and also what are the solutions that could be rendered as relates to addressing these institutional and systemic challenges.
Okay, it's just about time for us to go, but Jesse, would you have a closing comment on any question of your choice?
I just want to close on what I think the narrative is. Tomorrow, Ruth Bader Ginsburg will be buried, and Donald Trump will make the announcement of a even more conservative and extremely conservative jurist to the Supreme Court. That means that the next court is going to decide the future of Brown versus the Board of Education. It means the next court is going to decide the future of the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and whether or not the present voting rights legislation before the Congress is even considered. What it means is that the 200 judges, 1/4 of the federal judiciary that has been appointed by Donald Trump, is likely to be expanded beyond 1/4 to 2/5, or even a larger number if in fact he is successful in 43 days. What that means for redistricting, what that means for Congress, what that means for state legislatures, what that means for city councils across our country and true representation is indescribable. We have 43 days to turn out and vote, and I hope everyone who's participating in this convention is prepared to do their part.
Okay, and we have about 30 seconds, Councilwoman. I'm sorry about that before we have to wrap up.
No problem. Just to echo the sentiments of Mr. Jackson, I think absolutely everything is on the line in this election and beyond. And so we definitely need to gear up for election defense, making sure that our votes are actually getting counted, but more importantly, that our voices are being heard during and after this election, and make sure that our issues are addressed.
I want to thank you so much. And you might want to get a copy of Trump's executive order from September 22nd that was sent to all federal agencies and to state governments as well, hoping to even intimidate states into going along with the federal mandate against any kind of discrimination training in their agencies. We need to think about that. It's time for us to say goodbye for now. Don't forget to vote no matter what, and don't forget to get your friends and your families to vote. We're sorry we didn't get Mayor Ford on, but we all know Mayor Johnny Ford, and we know that he'll have a lot to say between now and the end of voting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
I
Williams.
love all of you.
Thank you.
See you.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Bye-bye.
The Black Millennial Political Convention was established in 2018 and was inspired by the original Black Political Convention of 1972 in Gary, Indiana. As an organization, our mission convenes millennials of African descent from across the country and the diaspora to advance racial equity and justice, increase Black political power, and expand civic engagement. We are the premier convention in the country for Black millennials who are politically and civically engaged and who consider themselves thought and action leaders. Please learn more about us and our organization at www.blackmillennialconvention.com.
Thank you for that discussion, Dr. Ife Williams, former Congressman Jesse Jackson Jr., Mayor Ford, and Councilwoman Leah Webb. Next, we will have the international segment, Untapped and Unlimited Opportunities. Presider is Alistair Coward, MPA Canada. Our guest panelists are Kemi Fadjutumi, representing His Majesty Uni of Ife, the Honorable Michael Jean, former Governor General of Canada.
Okay, I don't know why your picture's not showing there. It was damn ethical. I don't know why
Please fix that. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
We can hear you, Alistair. Good afternoon, Your Excellency, and good afternoon, Honorable Mayor Johnson. This afternoon, we're going to be talking about the unlimited, untapped, and unlimited opportunities that are available for our community with respect to trade and business in Africa, the Caribbean, Canada, and across the world. Our first speaker, who we were intending to have, I'm not sure, are you on, Princess Kemi? Okay. Princess Kemi, are you on? Okay, let's move on. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to, yes, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce Her Excellency, the Honorable Michael Jean, former Governor General and Commander-in-Chief of Canada, former Secretary General of the International Organization La Francophonie. Your Excellency, welcome.
Thank you so much, dear friends. I want to thank you for including me. Just to say a few things about who I am. I was born and grew up in Haiti, which makes me a proud heiress to the irrepressible will of women and men who put an end to 400 years of humiliation, untold cruelty, and endless suffering, the infamous outrage that was a slave trade. Let us remember that on January 1st, 1804, after months of a tumultuous rebellion, 500,000 enslaved men and women defeated the French colonial imperial regime, declared themselves free, and created the first republic of Black women and men, the first independent nation of Latin America and the Caribbean, the second republic in the Americas, the Republic of Haiti, the first country in the world to abolish slavery. When Barack Obama was elected President of the United States, his first trip abroad was to Canada. His official visit in February of 2009 marked a historic breakthrough. The first Black President and Commander-in-Chief of the United States was welcomed by the first Governor General and Commander-in-Chief of African descent in Canada. The fact of both our ancestries did not escape notice. It was also very visible in the joy of our encounter. After discussing issues of interest to our two countries, Canada and the United States, Obama asked about Haiti. I had just returned from an official visit to the country of my birth to assess the damage caused by a violent cyclone. An impressive number of young people had gathered to welcome me at the foot of a statue of Toussaint Louverture, hero of Haiti's independence. I was addressing the crowd when a young girl cried out, "Remember, Michael, tell Barack Obama everything you owe to the founding fathers of Haiti, to all our heroes. You owe it to the victorious struggle of Haitian men and women that you are now Governor General of Canada and he, President of the United States." You remind him, it all began here in Haiti. We are poor, but we are rich and proud from our accomplishments. I turned to President Obama and asked, "What do you think? Would you say the girl was right?" "This is so true. She is absolutely right," he repeated, visibly moved, nodding in approval. We talked at length about youth, about our responsibility towards the new generations, that discrimination still undermines, robs of opportunities. The two of us felt keenly aware of the precious legacy that had brought us to this moment, just what the girl had ordered. The duty of remembrance is a vital duty. Just as current history is built on past history, new victories are built on past victories. Historical knowledge makes us stronger and also more enlightened. We were born from the courage of these women and men who dreamed of liberty, aspired to equality, and cried out for a sense of fraternity. Women and men who lived in the flesh, the call for human purpose and emancipation, driven by a sense of universal humanity, the realization that we all have inalienable rights by virtue of our very nature as human beings. Once ignited from Haiti, these ideas, the promise they held for everyone, fanned the dreaming embers of humanity as a whole, in a world yet to be invented. 3 years after the Haitian Revolution, the British Parliament passed the Act for the Abolition of the Slave Trade. Liberty, equality, fraternity, not only for us Haitians, but for all the shackled souls of the earth, said Alexandre Pétion, president of the young Black Republic of Haiti, to Simón Bolívar, known as El Libertador, who was expelled from Venezuela and Jamaica in 1815, and to whom Pétion granted asylum. Pétion gave Bolívar his wings, the financial and logistical means to carry out his campaign for the liberation of Latin American colonies, but on one condition: that Bolívar follow the example of Haiti and guarantee the emancipation of all slaves in the newly decolonized lands. Quite a challenge for Bolívar, himself from a powerful slave-owning family. This is how the republics of Latin America came to be, in part through the vision and resources of the small Republic of Haiti. When President Abraham Lincoln called for the abolition of slavery in the secessionist states of the South in 1863, it was only after one of his ambassadors challenged him to draw inspiration from the bravery of the forebears of the Haitian nation. This episode was told to me in great detail by the director of the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, who had me sit in the chair that Abraham Lincoln occupied, in the very room where the president received his advisors and ambassadors. Few people know this story. Our debt to Haiti, he said, is immense. Through the 1950s and 1960s, as a massive wave of decolonization swept across Africa and the rest of the world, hundreds of Haitian intellectuals and professionals left the country to assist in building the institutions of the newly independent states of Africa. These decades were also those of the momentous freedom movement for the full recognition of the civil rights of Blacks in the United States. Let us remember that on this day, September 25th, 1957, federal troops under the direct orders of President Eisenhower had to use bayonets to protect the first African American students to enroll in Little Rock Central High School, Arkansas. Let me quote from the petition addressed to Governor Wallace of Alabama on March 25th, 1965, by Martin Luther King Jr., as thousands of marchers culminated on Montgomery after the long walk from Selma. We have come not only 5 days and 50 miles, but we have come from 3 centuries of suffering and hardship. We have come to you, the governor of Alabama, to declare that we must have our freedom now. We must have the right to vote. We must have equal protection of the law and an end to police brutality. Here we are today, standing on the front lines to say, Black Lives Matter. To say, in the final words of George Floyd, that we can't breathe air fouled by hate speech and hate crimes. Anti-Black, underhanded and systemic racism is not just an American problem. It crosses all borders. It comes from centuries of an ideology of white supremacy. Enough. We will not let another generation of our children be suffocated under the knee of hate and discrimination. We will not rest until all are free from systemic oppression and violence.
Okay, I see, Your Honor, that Alistair is not back on, and I'd like to introduce myself as well, and we'll try to wait till Alistair come back on as he would preside. But I would go ahead on at this point to introduce myself. I am standing forth here on behalf of our Mayor Ed Jones, who is the president of World Conference of Mayors. And I'd like to say that one of the things that we are doing with World Conference of Mayors and Historic Black Towns and Settlements is that we are actually connecting and connecting our historic Black towns and settlements with this global market that has been actually absent of us continuously operating in, and we should be operating in. And one of the things that we want to do is deal with those opportunities. And one of the ways that we'll deal with this opportunity, especially during this time when we see where a lot of feelings or a lot of things that people have been feeling is coming out. And we're learning now more so that we need to be cohesive with ourselves to be able to be strong and to be effective. We need to tap into those opportunities. And so one of the things that Historic Black Towns and Settlements are doing, along with the World Conference of Mayors, we are reaching out to leadership across the world, Canada, Africa, and other countries that we're reaching out with, and we're creating a global market that will absolutely answer a lot of our questions that we have here. We need to, number one, empower Black-owned businesses in the United States. And by empowering them, we need to be able to connect them and stop them from being so independent and connect them to this global market. So I do want to, at this point, and the small time that I do have, is to say that the historic Black towns and settlements are an untapped resource to make that happen. Historic Black towns and settlements have been fighting their own fights for so long. Thank God for now our Historic Black Towns and Settlement Organization Alliance that bring us all together so that we be able to fight together and to enter into this global market together. We need to empower ourselves and we need to empower our community. So one of the things that I'm putting out before this whole as policies, one of the things that we need to push is that we need to make sure that African Americans or African or other businesses across this world would target our African American communities so that they can become whole as well. So thank you so very much, Your Honor, as well. And I am going to yield to whomever will be able to take it at this point. And so if nobody has done anything, I do want to say I thank Linda Haycock Taylor again for allowing me to be on. And I want to also thank Honorable Johnny Ford for allowing me the opportunity to be on as well. Again, I'm Reverend Mayor, former Mayor Darrell Johnson from one of the oldest African American communities in the country, Mound Bayou, Mississippi, where we know that some of the civil rights workers that actually initiated the civil rights, and this is a place where Medgar Evers is from, a place where Fannie Lou Hamer died. Mound Bayou is one of those key historical Black towns in this country and one of the oldest ones in this country as well. So I'd like to say that as I pass this on to you all back at the station.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Thank you, Honorable Michelle John. And this has been a true day of lessons in so many different ways, mainly in technology. And there he is, Alistair.
Thank you so much, Linda. This is more than a lesson in technology. This shows exactly what the MPA is all about and how we are all connected together as one team. Thank you so much, and thank you to all my technical people here who got me back on. So if I may, and thank you, of course, Reverend Mayor Darrell Johnson for stepping in for me, my brother. I really appreciate that. Your Excellency, if I may, please, if I may go back and ask you, based on our youth around the world, our youth here in Canada, our youth in the United States, in Africa, and the Caribbean, what other strategies and recommendations would you say could be offered as possible solutions to basically assist in dealing with the issues that are currently encountered by our youth? Please provide me some suggestions.
Thank you, Alistair. It's so good to see you. And I also want to greet Reverend Mayor Johnson. It's a pleasure to be on this panel with you.
Thank you.
Well, actually, to answer your question, Alistair, let me offer 4 avenues quickly.
Thank you.
With life itself, I believe the greatest gift we can bestow our young people is awareness of our place in history, to make them stronger and more enlightened, as I said. Second is the work of identifying problems together, sharing experiences, advocating solutions, demanding new policies, acting together. We need new platforms and opportunities for young people. When they initiate and when they create, openings for themselves, we need to show up, be there to support them. Thirdly, The Black Lives Matter movement is a transnational opportunity, really to stand together with youth. We should seize the moment in a strategic way. Finally, here's an invitation. My foundation, the Michael Jean Foundation, stands with young people driven by the spirit of the United Nations International Decade for People of African Descent. And it's called to all member states for robust policies that fight systemic racism based on 3 principles: recognition, justice, and development. We must seize this opportunity. And I dream that young people, Americans and Canadians, come to share ideas and initiatives at the 3rd edition of the National Black Canadians Summit to be held in Halifax on March 19th to 21st, 2021. March 21, as you know, is, of course, International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, while Halifax is the site of the first Black settlement in Canada, dating back more than 400 years. Alistair, you know this story.
Yes, I do.
So consider yourselves invited. It is up to us, I believe, to build a bridge with young people, because racism knows no borders. Actions to eradicate it must also transcend borders. So thank you very much for the pleasure really to share with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We're very, very pleased and thankful to have you. Reverend Mayor Darrell Johnson, sir. Again,
Yes, sir.
thank you for just stepping in based on our technical difficulties. As an experienced elected official, what would you recommend that organizations and elected officials in our countries should do to assist in building more business and trade in our community and to encourage all of us to work more in unity and collaboration to improve the quality of life of individuals and families?
Well, for so long, we in the United States and let's say Africa,
yes, sir.
Let's say Canada,
yes,
we've done our own individual things, and we see that working individually does not empower us as opposed to working together. And now during this time of being able to, in 1 second, talk to somebody across the world and to be able to be virtual right now, I think one of the things that we need to do is start doing things like this. I think COVID-19 forced us to be able to come online to actually, we're learning. We're babies at this, but we're learning. But these are the types of forums that we need to have. And we do have the infrastructures already set. Historic Black Towns and Settlement, World Conference of Mayors. We have the infrastructure. We need to now empower ourselves with our infrastructure so that we'll be able to recognize each other in different places. Right now, there are deals that's on the tables right now with our brothers in Africa. And so what I'm saying to us, we need to empower that. We need to go toward that, run toward that, work toward that, and so that we can be able to, and let me just say this, again, African-American communities are an untapped source for us to be able to put our dollars in and for us to be able to empower. And other places, even in other countries, third world countries that we are in are untapped sources that can be turned around.
Excellent response from both Your Excellency and yourself, Reverend Darrell Johnson. I would actually say that we here in Canada, Her Excellency and also myself, Executive Director of National Policy Alliance Canada, we are really looking forward to welcoming you all here in Canada so that we can actually get involved with the individuals and families and organizations and political leaders in our country so that we can all work together and, of course, build business and trade and, of course, improve the quality of life for our people. So with that, I'd like to thank you both, and we look forward to many more forums like this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alistair. Take care.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having
Thank
us.
you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
MPA is an international partnership of leading organizations whose commitment is to work collectively to improve the communities and constituents they represent. MPA Canada is a policy organization that receives confirmation and direction from the African Canadian organizations that sit at our national roundtable, confirming what policy issues are important to the community. Visit mpacanada.org to learn more about our 5 peace development initiatives.
You can donate at mpacanada.org. National Policy Alliance Canada thanks you.
Hi, Denise.
Hi, Linda.
Troubleshooting here. Hi, everybody. Okay, we're getting our next group up. We have yet another small challenge with with our presider, who's panicking because she needs to connect, and she's like, okay, but we're going to get through this. We are going to absolutely get through this. So Denise, while we're using a couple of minutes of time, so let me just ask you, in your professional political career, I know you've been involved in a lot of efforts, campaigns, and policy issues and discussions over the last 20 plus years. What do you see as what's happening in our political world, and how do you see us getting through this?
So, the conversation today is very interesting, and it's part of what had excited me, and I'm getting ahead of myself because you asked the question. But, being involved with National Policy Alliance and now being the executive director for the Policy Alliance, because everything that we're talking about, every issue that we have is directed by policy.
Yes.
And so, redefining the narrative, as Councilwoman Leah Webb mentioned, is really what I believe is in moving forward is what we need to do, because as a community, as elected officials, as business persons, as Black people, I think that we have to redefine the narrative that has been set out for us, and impact policy to where it starts benefiting us, and we're not the ones that are always benefiting others.
Yes.
And so that means, yes, it means getting out to vote. But as former Congressman Jesse Jackson mentioned, the get out to vote piece is a missing piece in our political process. And so
let me ask you this, because this always concerns me as a person who worked for the NAACP for several years. It feels like we have really three dynamics. We have the church, which is very important in our communities. That's how messages get delivered. We have our, obviously our political system, and then we have our civil rights organizations. Everybody, in my opinion, is doing the best they can because everything takes money. Everything we do, you have to have a resource to be able to get those messages out. Speaking to what Solomon and Don and Rob were talking about earlier, I have been just so fascinated listening to all of the speakers throughout the day and talking about how do we get up? How do we move forward? And it does start with policy. But if we don't have people running for office, as my generation, whether we retire or leave this life, if we don't have more young people preparing to run for office, how are we going to get out the vote? How are we going to get people registered? Because it takes time and money.
And Linda, that's part of moving forward also with our policy is in working with our young people. And so I've gathered a group of young persons to begin the process of a think tank. And a lot of it comes from education and educating, because it's one thing I'm real big on mentorship, and I think that's something that we have lacked in the Black community.
Yes.
And because of that, now we have to, again, redefine, because you may want to run for office, but you don't know how to, or you just have the desire to. And in talking to some young people, it's a place of power, and we're forgetting about the community. And we're forgetting about that you're in those places to change your community. And so the education part of redefining a politician, redefining what politics means, I think is something that we have to be, we really have to enforce and educate so that we can produce the leaders of tomorrow, the leaders that are, here. The time is really here, and I feel as the Black people, we're a little behind, but we have the ability to.
So we are better than we used to be. We are better.
We definitely have to mentor and groom and be able to present. I'm amazed that our governors, even understanding, when I ran for office, the reason I ran for office was to educate and bridge the communication gap between our young people and our older generation, and
My
also
generation.
and also and mine too, believe it or not.
Not quite.
And then also to educate them on the importance of voting locally, because where everything is done and the focus is always on the national level, not realizing that, for one, they're so far away from our everyday issues that we have within our communities, our county executive, our governors, our county council persons, our mayors, but that those persons in Congress are voted on your local level.
Everything.
And they're voted during your local.
Think nationally.
All politics is local. That's what I was taught. All politics is local. But as voters, they don't understand, and it's not just the younger generation, it's people. They don't understand the levels of government. It's not being taught in our schools any longer. The judicial process. And I think that we have to go back. It's a big task, but it's a doable task.
So Denise, I'm going to back out so you can introduce the next session, because I know they're ready. So Lisa, take me down.
I thank you to Alistair Coward of NPA Canada, our guest, the Right Honorable Mikel Jean, and Reverend Mayor Darrell Johnson for the last session. Next, we will hear from Black veterans struggling and unnoticed. The presider is Councilwoman Stella Hargrove from Fairmont Heights, Maryland, and Leo Taylor, a retired Vietnam veteran.
Good afternoon.
Be the long way.
Afternoon.
Oh, this doesn't matter.
Okay, we're trying to make sure we have everybody connected, and when we do, I'm backing off. So who are we missing here? We're missing your presider. Oh no, who are we missing? We just lost someone. Lisa, take me.
Well, it's good to see everyone.
Good to be seen.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Miss Chance, it's good to see you.
Oh, good to see you too, sir.
Lieutenant General.
Yeah, we can't hear you, or is it just me?
I can hear you.
He's breaking up.
Yeah, she's breaking up.
Miss Chance, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear everyone. Miss Stella's breaking up. I'm just gonna call back in. Okay, from the chat, it looks like they just want us to go ahead and introduce ourselves. I guess I'll just take the lead since we pretty much know what we're going to be talking about. So I'll just introduce myself. We can go around the room, and then maybe by that time they'll be ready for the questions. If everyone's okay with that, I don't want to.
Yes.
We want to keep our time going. Hi, everyone. I am grateful to be here. My name is Jazz Booth. I was an Army major. I served for 17 years. I'm married to a Marine Corps veteran, and my oldest son serves in the Air Force. He just turned 25, and I also have a 10-year-old that's weighing his enlistment options. I now, since leaving the military, I now full-time serve an organization that I founded called Final Salute, Inc., which serves homeless women veterans and their children. And we're also dedicated to prevention of homelessness by providing emergency financial assistance, as well as raising awareness of unique needs of women veterans and the holes in services concerning women veterans. So thank you again for allowing me to be here today.
Hi, my name is Janice Chance. I am first and foremost a believer of the Lord Jesus Christ, a retired registered nurse after 40 years of service, a wife, proud mother of 5 children and 2 grandchildren. 2 of my children follow the footsteps of their grandfather, Navy World War II veteran, their father, a Vietnam veteran, and many other family members. We belong to a long line of family members that serve with honor and distinction. And my son and Captain Jesse Melton III, who served the United States Marine Corps, and my daughter, Captain Janine Melton, served the United States Army. They served at the same time. Hopefully Stella is ready to go, and I'll just pause a moment.
All right, sir, why don't you go ahead with your introduction?
Ron Bailey is my name. I served for 40 years in the United States Marine Corps. During that time, I served as the division commander of the 1st Marine Division, and I retired in 2017 after serving for 3 years as the Plans, Policy, and Operations Officer of the United States Marine Corps as a Lieutenant General. Since then, I've worked as a Vice President of External Affairs at Austin Peay State University, and recently named the Vice President of Industry Development at the National Electrical Contractors Association.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Leo Taylor, and I grew up out in California by way of Louisiana. I spent several years out in California.
Unread message.
I spent several years out in California involved in politics, which ended up with my being here in Washington, D.C. I spent pretty close to 25 years with the U.S. Department of Commerce. I think we've all been introduced to Mayor Ford and Webster Guillory earlier when the session opened up. I worked with Mayor Ford extensively with Black mayors across the country. I also worked with Webster Guillory with the Black county officials, which is how I met my wife, Linda Haycox Taylor. So I'm here today to sort of fill in a little bit for Councilwoman Stella. So I think she's having a few problems. I've talked with her several times, and I think the way that she wanted this to flow, I think she wanted you, Jazz, and also you, Janice. I think she wanted the 2 of you to start off with your questions, and after that, we can conclude with the general's presentation or his questions, or either we'll be giving him questions. We didn't get a chance to talk with him, but I think that she wanted me to close with a couple of recommendations. So if that makes any sense, why don't we try to flow with what she had in mind, which would be the 2 of you, Janice and Jazz.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and continue with my presentation, and thank you, Stella, and NBC and the committee for inviting me to speak on this panel today.
Oh my goodness. Jazz, can you hear me?
I can.
Major Jazz Booth?
Yes.
I want you to go ahead and start your foundation is the Final Salute. A little bit about that.
Yes, so Final Salute was founded in 2010 out of necessity. I am a previous homeless female veteran due to Hurricane Katrina and a cancer diagnosis before I deployed to Iraq. It was at that point that I noticed the lack of supportive services for homeless women veterans, and this was back in 2005. So after getting over my cancer, I did go to the VA to seek service for homelessness, as I also was a single mother at the time. And they didn't have any services for women veterans at that particular time from a housing standpoint. They only had transitional facilities and centers for male veterans. And so I said, well, what do? I've served my country. I have a child. They said, well, oh, you have a child, so that means you qualify for welfare. And it was a bit of a slap in the face, because as a woman who has served their country, or as anyone who served their country, you shouldn't be in the welfare line after you've been on the front lines for this country. So after I got myself on my feet, I decided to start an organization, and that organization was Final Salute. And since starting Final Salute, we have provided over 15,000 days of transitional housing. We have supported over 7,500 women veterans in over 30 states and territories, and raised over $4 million. And this has all been done without federal funding. We also have the only transitional shelter for homeless women veterans and their children in the DC metro area. However, everyone from around the country is welcome. The Department of VA Veterans, I'm sorry?
No. Yes, I do want to get to the point where veterans that you serve like to go to serve, and I close out with your foundation that I'm really proud of. Also, I'm proud of everything that you do, but one of the things that I think that a lot of veterans competition. So can we?
Sure. So we've served over 7,500 women
My
veterans.
goodness.
They are an estimated. I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So we served over 7,500 women veterans in over 30 states and territories. We provided 15,000 days of housing. There are an estimated 55,000 homeless female veterans nationwide. And I will tell you from our transitional housing standpoint, over 90% of the women veterans and children that come in have been Black veterans. So it's a huge disparity even within the veteran community, but even smaller from the supportive services that we receive. And so we did a documentary called Serve Like a Girl, which basically that tells us the story of the service and sacrifice of women veterans through the years that you don't usually see on TV, that don't get the Hollywood movies, or basically don't get the recognition that they deserved. And so that did win several awards, and we were able to raise the awareness and the profile of women veterans as a whole. And that documentary followed the Miss Veteran America competition, which is coming up on October 11th, shameless plug. And you can watch it virtually. And Miss Veteran America is a celebration of women veterans past, present, and future, some who have made the ultimate sacrifice and some that are still serving. And so we honor them, their service and their sacrifice, but also their additional roles as women, mothers, daughters, aunts, sisters, wives, the traditional roles that we still have as women that people forget that we do on a daily basis. And it's just a celebration of sisterhood, but also, again, to raise our profile, remind people of our military contributions and how we have deserved and earned their service and support of our country in return.
Well, thank you so much. I'm going to go back to Ms. Katz. You're a Gold Star mother. Can you tell me how I'm a Gold Star mother? And then the second question to that is how, why, oh my goodness, we lost her. Okay, so she'll be back, Lieutenant General. Can you tell me a little bit about what you do in your foundation? I know that you've worked with Ms. Chance, and I know that you help with her scholarship son, and you did President. Could you tell me a little bit about what you? I'm back to her as soon as you get finished.
Yes, during the time that I worked with Ms. Chance,
Okay.
it was
I don't think
at
he
the
heard
beginning.
me. Ms. Chance, you go ahead. Okay. Okay. I'm going to move to Ms.
Yeah.
Chance. Ms. Chance, finish up with the questions that I've asked you.
Okay. All right. I'll go ahead and proceed now. Hopefully we can stay online here. Again, my son, Captain Jesse Melton III, and who served in the United States Marine Corps, and my daughter, Captain Janine Melton, served in the U.S. Army. They served in the military and also abroad here in tour in Iraq, and his final tour in Afghanistan,
Oh my
where
goodness.
he made the ultimate sacrifice. And Janine served 2 tours in Iraq and 18 months as a civilian in Afghanistan in honor of her brother. Sadly, I became a Gold Star mother after my son made the ultimate sacrifice on September 9th, 2008, while serving in Afghanistan. It's a
Those are the technical issues that we do have. Lieutenant General Bailey, can you hear me now?
I can.
Can you hear? Okay. Go ahead with
I'm
your
sorry,
presentation.
it went out again. Are you hearing me now?
Yes.
Okay. So sadly, I became a Gold Star mother after my son made the ultimate sacrifice on September 9, 2008, while serving in Afghanistan. It's a position that no mother ever wants to be in. And what a lot of people do not know what a Gold Star mother is. It's a mother whose child died while in military service or a result of that service or missing in action. And a lot of people are asked why we wear white. And in 1918, during World War I, a decision was made by mothers to wear a white outfit along with a black armband because the country was going through a time of mourning and great loss. And so the founder of the American Gold Star Mothers organization decided to continue their practice of wearing white because it's a statement that transcends mourning, is a statement of peace, sacrifice, innocence, and goodness. These were the values that our children held dear and for which they died. Wearing white celebrates our children's contributions while the Gold Star acknowledges their sacrifice. Just like earlier days, most Gold Star mothers hang the traditional Gold Star banner in their windows. And this is I don't know if you can see it. This is a copy of the banner with a Gold Star that we hang in the windows in honor of our children. Now, immediately after the death of my son, I made a decision to carry on the legacy of my son's service and sacrifice, to make sure that he received the honor that he had earned and that his service and sacrifice would never be forgotten. Being a woman of faith, I determined not to drown in my tears nor to be paralyzed by my pain. I was committed to turning my pain into pearls for God's glory and for his good, for my good. Janine and Jesse, when they served as officers, they both faced challenges.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Chant. Oh my goodness, we lost again. Thank you. General Bailey, can you move forward with presentation? And can you, if we have time, we'll go back to her because I certainly want to get to Mr. Leo Taylor with our record.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry that I don't know where I dropped off here. But I was talking about the challenges that Janine and Jesse faced as officers during their career, but they did not allow that to deter them. One of the things Janine wanted me to share is that as an officer, oftentimes they were the only African Americans.
We may be having problems. Taylor, could you move forward with your presentation? Having problems with the general.
Okay. Also, I think we need to cut our time short because we had problems earlier, as you all know. But Linda just signaled me we need to try to cut our time short. So briefly, I just want to share a couple of recommendations. The first one has to do with, I think the administration and Congress should increase the focus and monitoring the VA hospitals and healthcare. That seems to be one of the top challenges that is facing veterans throughout this country. We all remember the big scandal that goes back to 2009, where they had to do an increase because they had this scheme where managers they fabricated this whole method of being able to reach goals, and it wasn't just in the VA hospital in Phoenix, but this was throughout the whole VA system, when you had managers and when you had top people that messed up our records, and as a result, a lot of people were waiting so long they actually died. But the big problem that we need to focus on is recommending that the administration and also Congress get involved much more in what they are right now to relieve us. And the last recommendation that I have is that the administration and the appropriate federal agencies, they are to work better with the advocacy, and especially the Black advocacy groups. For example, the Veterans of Foreign War. We get mail and packages all the time, so often with them doing their fundraising. And here in the state of Maryland, in Prince George County, we have the National Association of Black Veterans. Now, the reason that that's important is because many of these organizations and advocacy groups across this country, they use volunteers. Now, they have to be certified and have the required credentials, but they don't have the resources, and these resources, they need to be built up because they are the ones who are fighting for our claims to get our benefits. The veterans that are already here, as well as the ones that are going to be returning. So these are two recommendations that I'd like to throw on the table, hoping that the National Policy Alliance will get them in to the administration and appropriate agencies. And also with that, I'm yielding back to you, Council Stella.
Stella, I like
You're most certainly right there. Go ahead, General.
Stella, let me say before we leave the air, the Marfa Point Military Association is an organization that's set up to recognize Marines who served in the military when it was segregated. These 20,000 Marines didn't get the recognition, and so now we are able to recognize them. But they have scholarship programs available in their advocacy group also. In addition to that, we have the National Naval Officers Association, and I'm a life member of both of those organizations. We set up a scholarship in the name of Jesse Melton so that his memory and his service would not be forgotten. And so through those efforts, we're able to create an opportunity for recognition, not only for our African Americans, past and present, but to make sure that this nation and those who are in the nation realize that there were African Americans who dedicated a tremendous amount of time, sacrifice to this nation for the ideas on which it stands.
Yes, that's most certainly true. From what I've seen, and even from this group here, it's always the Black veterans that are helping one another. These not brought on by our own doing, and we pull and we join together, and then we service each other. From this major, the Gold Star mothers, you, General, and even you, Mr. Taylor, most certainly right. Our organization, when we connect, I am a part of NASVET, so I know firsthand. Again, it's voluntary veterans helping getting paid for that, and we have them doing that because our goal is to help veterans. Miss Jazz Booth, Major Booth, I don't know how proud I am of you. 75,000 veterans. I wish you could see the bumps on my arm. I can't say how much proud I am of you and the work in the home. The female veteran is the most invisible veteran there is, Black female veteran. We go invisible. When we come out of this and they talk about helping the veterans, their minds is on the male veteran. Female veterans never come into, it's always the male veterans. But the female veteran was right there, as Miss Chance said, her daughter, Janine, who's a sorority sister, she was in Iraq. She did 2 tours. She served. And there are services that we need. And the only way that I've seen that we're getting is by each group, each organization coming together and helping one another. Miss Booth, Major Booth, another thing that I wanted you to mention, we talked about serve like a girl, but I definitely want you to go for the last. It's what that's about. It's a documentary saying how the Black female veteran is invisible. I want you to go over that piece just one more time because I think that's very important, and I think that needs to be driven home.
Yeah. So again, so Serve Like a Girl just wasn't about the Black female veteran experience, but it did talk about
Serve Like a Girl.
Yes, Serve Like a Girl, and it wasn't just about the Black female.
Okay, maybe hear me. Yes.
Yeah, but I actually did talk about it. Maybe you couldn't hear me.
Yes, you did.
Stella, she said that she did talk about it, and maybe you couldn't hear her.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be mindful of everyone's time. Okay, now I can't hear you.
Our technical difficulty.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hargrove, Mr. Taylor, and our guest panels for Black veterans struggling and unnoticed. Next, we will have the future of Black America 2030 and beyond. Presider, Dr. Claire Nelson. Our guest panelists will be Dr. Gail Frazier of NBAC, Mayor McKinley Price of Newport News, Virginia, and Ms. Rhoda Washington of ITIC. Nelson. Our guest panelists will be Dr. Gail Frazier of NBAC, Mayor McKinley Price of Newport News, Virginia, and Ms. Rhoda Washington of ITIC.
Greetings. Is everybody here able to hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. I am so happy to be here. It's now 2:47. We're only 2 minutes behind. Are we on air? Are we live? I think everybody's here.
And Ms. Linda Washington of ITIQ.
All right, so everybody's hearing me? Great, thank you. Thanks everyone. It's been a long day. We have been having some technical challenges, but I'm so delighted that we're here in this closing session of the day. Welcome to Futures of Black America 2030. It is a session that tries to put together what we have been talking about. This morning we started with energy, we moved from health to education to jobs, we looked at small and micro businesses, we looked at issues of justice, international issues, and veterans. And all of these issues are very critical for the co-creation of our lives of flourishing. Now, if we had to combine all of these issues on one agenda, I would say our main agenda is to address historic inequity and inequality. And I think we'd all agree with that across all spheres of human endeavor. And our other agenda is simply that we want to flourish. And so in this session, we want to explore how we might create a shared vision and narrative of what flourishing futures looks like for Black America 2030 and beyond. And we're using 2030 because all the countries in the world came together back in 2015, including the United States of America, and agreed on 17 Sustainable Development Goals with 169 targets, which talk about achieving greater sustainability. And the goals cover everything we've talked about so far. More importantly, it covers the goal of inequality, SDG 10. So when we talk about our context of marginalized groups, we're talking about access to good jobs, affordable health care, access to funds to invest in our children, to empower people over special interests, to ensure equal opportunity to all the assets that human economies have, sustainable innovation and infrastructure in our communities, clean air, and clean water. And so everyone knows this, and everyone agrees that for this to happen successfully, we're going to need to have new and transformative partnerships between the public, private, and what I'm called the plural sector.
Where's
so that's
everyone?
Plural sector meaning that all of civil society in all its variations. And so I have with me three beautiful ladies who have agreed to travel to the future with me, do some time travel. I want to welcome, in lieu of the mayor of Newport News has been called away on duty. That's politics. You don't know when they will be called away. So he has deputized the executive director and general counsel of the Association of African Mayors, Ms. Stephanie Mash Sykes, to speak on behalf of the African American Mayors Association. We have representing the private sector, Rhoda Washington, she's your Senior Policy Director at the Information Technology Industry Council. And we have Dr. Gail Fraser, who is Chair of the National Black Agenda Consortium and represent, as I have to tell you, the people, otherwise known as the people. So thank you for joining us. Their bios are online. They can be found on LinkedIn, all protocols observed. Let me just jump right in by addressing the first question, which I would like each of you to take in turn. Now, we're talking about 2030 in the United States, and we have been hearing rumors, and the census numbers are trending to say that America will be on its way to becoming a majority-minority country. And so we think about an America, majority-minority, in a world with AI everywhere, Internet of Things, 5 billion mobile phones, the race for space is heating up, personalized medicine. And we're talking about this Industry 4.0 world that we're embedded in, right? Volatile, unambiguous, complex, ambiguous, all of these things. How can you think about this vision of well-being as a person of African American descent and heritage? What is your thinking about what that well-being might look like in 2030 from the perspective of your sector that you represent today? And it can share me a vision of what all hardworking Americans ought to be able to look forward to, whether that be, human rights at work, affordable healthcare. And as you think about this as well, what kind of partnerships would you like to see happening in the next 2 years to get us on track to achieving this goal? Why don't I begin with the public sector, political sector. Miss Stephanie Sykes, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Nelson, for having me, and thank you all. And I send my apologies from our president, Mayor Price, who was called away today. So as we think about the future, there's a couple things that really need to happen for us to see significant progress. When we think about partnerships, there must be cross-sectional partnerships. The private, public, and philanthropic sectors, they have to come together to improve all of the socioeconomic indicators that would point towards upward mobility for Black Americans. This means opportunities for wealth accumulation. According to the Pew Research Center, over the last 20 or 30 years, from 1989 to 2016, the wealth gap has only increased. With the richest and poor Americans, between them, the wealth gap actually doubled. And we only expect that to get worse due to the pandemic. That's unacceptable. So that's the first thing. We also have to focus on educational opportunities. We have to close the achievement gap. That will only widen for the pandemic. So when we're thinking about recovery, we have to make sure all students have the resources as well as their parents they need to be successful, whether that's broadband access, more ubiquitous access to digital literacy for those parents supporting education, to ensuring they have food security at home so that they can be learning to the best of their abilities. On minimum wage, $15 is not enough, and we're fighting for 15 in most cities. That does not afford you the opportunity for 2-bedroom apartments to take care of your family. And in healthcare, every American needs to have healthcare, both medical care and dental care. Mayor Price is a dentist, so he wanted to make sure I shared that. Just as a basic human right, we have to change the discourse of the haves and the have-nots and Cadillac insurance plans and all of these, all the commentary that would point to healthcare and dental care not being a basic human right. And then lastly, we have to change the political will to get things done. Federal, state, and local governments have to work in concert. Never again should we have a situation where there are state and local governments who are forced to compete against each other for critical supplies. We saw that during the pandemic. And it starts from the top. So our hope is that in the future, there'll be national leaders that are invested in improving the quality of life for all Americans, be they blue, red, purple, or otherwise.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Ms. Rhoda Washington. Same question. What kind of partnerships do you think we need to put in place to see this vision that you have? What's the vision?
Thank you, Dr. Nelson. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, fellow panelists. To echo some of my fellow panelists' comments, I believe that industry, policymakers, educators, healthcare providers, and community leaders must work in concert together to make certain that equity is a part of everyone's bottom line. And by equity, I mean the inclusion of resources and the sources that enable everyone to have the same level of success and to achieve the same level of success. One example that we're working on in the industry is exactly what Stephanie touched upon, which is digital literacy. We are working to gather partnerships for HBCUs. HBCUs represent less than 3% currently of our colleges and universities, yet we graduate and contribute $1.5 billion to our national economy. We graduate more African-American engineers at a 42%, and we graduate more African-American female engineers at 47%. We need to strike the right balance, whether it's food deserts, whether it's broadband, we need to be able to have access to everyone. And our companies have a corporate responsibility and take it very seriously. We step up to the plate when we have access for broadband and when we make certain that our infrastructures are solid.
So, Dr. Fraser, same question over to you. What is your thinking about what should happen next? Your vision, rather.
First I want to thank you. Yes, you as well for having us on today, and the National Black Political Alliance, the National Policy Alliance, the two sisters that just went forth. I'm in 100%. I wanted to let everybody know I am the chairperson for the National Black Consortium. So having said that, that is the end. We would come in terms of a national Black agenda that is establishing policies and establish collaborative relationships with our constituents. We, of course, are very serious about connecting with all of the constituents who are willing and able to help build, because we're in the building of communities, creating all of the necessary things in education and industry and those things that have previously been said. In particular, I want to say how it is so critical for us to have a strong relationship with continental Africa, come together collaboratively with the diaspora. We will have a great united front. We can do the necessary things we need to do in order to have a viable community, viable force. And of course, again, we are willing to coalesce with other individuals who have that same mindset. But we want to be, as a people, we need to be in those particular areas where we can dominate as far as areas where in technology and wellness. These are the things that we're all coming together with as a collective front and looking forward to all of the partnerships and those who are willing to work together, because right now we're in this season, the Black people have to work together. And so if we do not work together, we're able to realize all of those things.
Let's move it to the next question. So, Ms. Washington, we're talking about technology. You heard the African American Institute of Mayors talking about the need for partnerships, and you mentioned the issue of education as a start. We know that technology is agnostic, of course. So, how can we might engage differently then with this sector to ensure not just the educational front, which is part of the social shift, but also the economic and environmental and governance shifts that might emerge as a result of, the changes in AI or whatever from the technological change? We want to make sure they don't create more disparity. So how do we design for improved welfare and well-being for those at the bottom of the pyramid? And I'm really excited to hear you starting with the HBCUs. What other kind of things can business do with stakeholders that you are going to be working with?
I think it's very important that our Fortune 500 companies and our C-suite start to represent the American fabric as our communities reflect diverse cultures and diverse people of color. I think it's time that we assure that our diverse perspectives are considered when we talk about the development and the deployment of technology, so that we are all recognized and so that no community is left out. I mentioned AI earlier. That's one of the examples where we know that technology is uber important to making certain that we are all included within that space. And I can assure you that we are working towards that goal. I think it's also important that we remember that we need to be local as an industry, and we need to be have our corporations have a particular voice and get involved and help supplement our communities. We are finding that with COVID and other frailties within vulnerable communities, we can't leave it to our stakeholders alone or our decision makers or policy makers alone. Corporations recognize that, and we are now stepping up to the plate to fill those. We've done it with food deserts, as you mentioned before, and we're doing it now with technology. So I think it's really important that we understand that we have to earn the trust of our communities. We have to understand that we must ensure the safe deployment and the development of technology and technology devices, and that we do this for all levels of our communities, both the elderly as well as the very young.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Ms. Stephanie Sykes. We know, as we heard, the technology driver, and unfortunately, technology assessment is not a norm. So we're talking about building smart cities and smart cars, but how can we create smart futures? I mean, we want to ensure there are sustainable systems and moral metrics and agency that's anticipatory and robust resilience and transform the use of technology. What are your thoughts about where we might go with this?
Mm-hmm. So thank you for that. So excellent question. There's so many conversations about smart cities. And as we think to the future, I think we need to reframe the narrative and rethink about what the definition of smart means. So smart cities cannot be sustainable until the fundamental premise is that automation, and innovation has to be premised on equality. It has to be equitably deployed. It has to be inclusive. It has to benefit all members of our communities. And when we think of that, that means a few things. First, it has to be equitable in the access and deployment, no redlining of the poor communities, no price differentials. Every person needs to have access to broadband. And entrepreneurship is part of that. How were we curating and cultivating the technology? Black people must be empowered to be the creators of the technology. We must strengthen the educational pipelines for the next generation of technologists and entrepreneurs. We have to fortify our HBCUs, that was mentioned earlier, in order to fill these gaps. There's a role for tech companies as well. Tech companies must recruit, they must train, and they must retain Black workers. And lastly, cities have to also attract and retain tech talent who can serve as chief procurement officers, chief technology officers. We need experts within city government that understand data, understand equitable use of data, and understand how to take their cities to the future.
Thank you. Dr. Fraser, we're talking about technology. She talked a lot about the pipeline development. You're involved in so many organizations. Tell me about your thoughts about how perhaps the faith community or professional organizations like NSBE or Black accountants can better engage them with the technology industry and also work with the public sector to move this agenda around, especially for healthcare and education and enterprise design. Ms. Fraser? Dr. Fraser, it looks like her line might be frozen. We've had a lot of
glad that you brought that up because that is a. Can you hear?
Yeah, we're hearing you, but you're very you're coming in and out.
Can you hear me?
We're hearing you now.
Can you?
We're hearing you now. Okay, your system is out. You might want to go out and come back in. You're fading. Let me take
Okay, so the thing. Okay.
Your system is going in and out.
So as far as the faith-based,
your system is not working. You're losing you. So could you go out and come back in while taking another question in the meantime? So back to you, Ms. Washington. One of the things that we are not hearing you. You're going in and out. You have to go out and come back. Thank you. So as I was saying, Ms. Washington, what we like to look at, as you think about the technology, which is the one technology you think could really be most useful to drive in equal opportunity?
I think access to broadband, making certain that every household and access to means to utilize.
Okay, we're having the same problem, folks. I'm not sure what's happening. We seem to have a lot of connectivity issues. I am hardwired, so maybe I'm not feeling that. I'm not sure if it's because people are on Wi-Fi. So we also have lost Rhoda Washington in terms of her. She's frozen on screen, and we seem to have lost her. Dr. Fraser, you are back. Let's see if we can hear you. Are we hearing? Can we hear you, Dr. Fraser? Dr. Fraser,
man, God,
we're not hearing you. Okay, so Ms. Washington, we lost you. We're having a lot of problems with the system. I don't know why. It seems to have been working for other people this morning. I'm not sure if you're on Wi-Fi or something. You were talking about broadband, and it's really plugged into what Ms. Mashmike said about, smart cities. So could you please elaborate on that?
Yeah, no, I just think that broadband is critical for every household. And I don't think it should be looked at any longer as a means of luxury or, a supplemental a service. It has to be mainstream, and we have to assist those that can't afford it to make certain that every household is equipped with the access to the internet and devices that enable them to perform work, whether it's schoolwork, teleworking from home, or in cases of the elderly and senior in communities that they have the access to needed medicines and being able to have telemedicine through the internet.
Yeah, while we wait, I just want to think, Stephanie, if in fact our Black townships and counties and cities have the legal, is your association supporting them in the kind of training for the staff and the policymakers that need to understand what goes into the law that drives these things? Because I mean, you're putting stuff in, but 10 times to 1 things are behind. In fact, that's why I'm actually been launching a Center for Emerging Law to look at these issues. So what is your association doing in terms of cultivating the knowledge and awareness around this issue? Okay, we have lost your voice. Let's hear
So we host every year, except for this year because of the pandemic, a technology summit, and we take it outside of Silicon Valley because we want to make sure, we're not represented out there. We can try to be putting a square peg in a round hole, but we said, where can the next, robust ecosystem can be? So we've been to Augusta. There's a cybersecurity center. So I think it's also just re-envisioning where technology can happen. So that's the first thing. And those are the partnerships with the HBCUs. Some other things that we're doing as far as actually training in those sessions, we talk about technology. We talk about what's coming. We also give an opportunity for diverse entrepreneurs that have technology that can help government with their efficiencies. We allow them to pitch and talk about their product. They're really early stage, whether it's some court management systems or systems to help public defenders. We give them the opportunity as Black-led companies, Black founders, to provide their products and services. And the last thing is we just make sure that we're also talking about things that are the biggest challenge and barrier, which is procurement and really understanding technology and having the right person write the RFP to talk about the, request for proposal for those, on the audience, because I don't know what I need if I don't know how to explain it. I don't know the kind of companies or how to evaluate it. And how do I evaluate, procurement historically has been about cost. There's an efficiency value and there's a data gathering value that is new and a new language that procurement officers have to understand. So that's how we're robustly thinking about smart cities and as an association.
Yeah, it's really, I think, and in some ways I could say some people, like a tale of two cities is the best of times and the worst of times, because, if it were not for the internet, I don't know what we'll be doing right now. So in the worst of times, because we all thought we had a future we're moving towards, and now everything is topsy-turvy, everything has to be reimagined. But I think the fact that we're having this conversation and creating new partnerships is a fantastic thing. So as we begin to wrap up, could you just share with me a headline story, Stephanie Mass-Sykes, from the year 2030 you would like to see?
A headline story from 2030. Yes. I would like to see universal healthcare and universal broadband. That we've achieved that as a country. That's the headline. Every home has healthcare and broadband.
I love it. Simple, simple, sweet, no complex. Can you imagine if we go to the United Nations and we can actually announce that America, the mighty, has provided this? Ms. Rhoda Washington, what are the headlines you'd like to see?
Well, I can't come after that, but and I do agree. But I think the headline I'd like to see is that Fortune 500 companies reflect the diversity of every community in every corner of the United States.
Wow. This is so... this would be really a transformative thing, I think, in terms of not diversity, I would say only of race and ethnicity, but also diversity of thought. Because sometimes we have diversity of race and ethnicity, but the same thinking, which is what has taken us to this, sorry past we find ourselves. Dr. Fraser, you're here, and I'm going to ask you 2 questions in one because you missed out on so much of the occasion. Could you just say a little bit more about what you think, how you think like the Black civil society, the church, etc., can better engage with the technology industry, and then just close us out with the headline you like to see. I think it's going to throw us off soon anyway, but let's see if we can get, since they took away our time, let's see if we can get you to squeeze it.
Okay, so quickly, just say for the time, the faith-based community has to do with the Black church in task. The Black church did phenomenal work in terms of engaging the community. That means we are in the position to provide assistance for healthcare, assistance in entrepreneurship, community sustainability, all of those things. The church has at the forefront in doing it. As we know that many people have fallen away from church, but the church has become more impactful, engaging with other organizations, like you mentioned, the U.S. Minority Contractors Association, and other organizations that can help make a difference for people. So the church now has to be put back in that position of lead and go outside of the walls that they presently are serving. So if we work on that end, with these connectors, facets of government and all facets from community engagement, and we kind of things that would make a difference. In addition, I want to say, teach our children. We need to be focusing more so on.
You're breaking up again, so please try and
we
get
must focus more so on training our children. Okay, the last thing I want to say is we want 100%. 100%. So for 2030, the average income of Black families will surpass all groups. I hope you all heard that.
We are in a race. I think she said 100% increase in average Black income, and it will surpass all groups, because she's been breaking up. But that's certainly a very positive note on which to end. I just want to say thank you for this very insightful conversation. I'd like to invite you all back. Actually, we're going to be having on November 10th to 12th a lab in partnership with the African American Future Society, a Black Futures Lab. We're partnering also with UNESCO to do this lab. So I'm really hoping that you ladies would join us in this Black Futures Lab, because, you know, you're part of the seeds of change that is all around us. We know the future is embedded in the landscape of today. So ladies, let's go out and seize the day. Be the change we want to see. Be the change that we want to have, because my new hashtag is hashtag Black Futures Matter. Safe journeys until Jamaica walk good.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Wonderful show. Thank you. Bye-bye.
What is the future you want? Who has control of it? What is standing in your way to your visions of the future? What is the future you want? Where do you want to go? A future of flourishing or a future of fear? What paradigm drives you? Can you envision leaving behind the paradigm that no longer serves you? How might that emerge? What is the future you want? Where are the seeds of change? What mindset or actions can set the foundation for the futures you would like to see? When will the future arrive? How might we co-create our futures together? What is the future you want? Do you need help to identify transformative ways of thinking, being, and doing to tackle your toughest challenges? Do you want to reframe your future? Ask a futurist. We are the Futures Forum. What is the future you want?
And so here we are. This has been an incredible day. I was almost brought to tears several times during some of the discussions and some of the great leaders. I thank you all. So Lisa, if you could kindly bring up my slides, and I'm going to help to close us out. On behalf of our planning partners, this has really been an effort. I know, Lisa, you can drop me and let the slides be bigger so that everybody could see it properly. And there we go. So we want to thank all of the organizations that you see here. They have been with us for over a year. We were supposed to have this meeting live in person in April. And obviously, because of what's happening in the world, we have had to change the way we do things. But I am so grateful to all of these planning partners and others who we couldn't get everybody on there. Next slide, please. I also want to thank all of our sponsors who have been incredibly supportive and helpful in more ways than one. Dollars are fine, but resources and being there for us is another. As you can see, there are several, and I hope we didn't forget anyone. If we did, please let us know. We will get you on the website. This is not the end. This is the beginning. Next slide, please. All right, this is where I get teary-eyed here. It's been 15 years of tremendous, tremendous opportunity. I want to thank Webster, Mayor Ford. They talked me into this, and I just can't thank them enough for that. My partner in crime, my business colleague, Liz, she knows. I know they're all listening. They're probably going, oh my gosh, Linda's crying again. Our smart girls, Dr. Chevelle Hall, Dr. Lisa Richardson. Chevelle, I am so sorry for not putting your doctor on it because you know I know that. My best buddy, Camille, Dora, Kanisha, Darlene, David, Mike Blake, David Harrington, Judge Denise, Solomon, Archie, Robert Bailey, Roy J., Verona, and Leroy. They have always been here when I needed them. And you got to have people around you that'll be here for you. Okay, I'm going to finish this out, and I'm going to try my hardest not to cry anymore. To my husband, Leo, who is the love of my life and has been so helpful and so supportive. To our son and grandsons, Carlton, Lamel. I know Lamel is sitting there working on this. Langston and Nate. They are just the most wonderful grandsons ever. To my stepdaughters and son-in-law, LaSawn and LaDon and Chris. I know they're all working hard right now, but I needed to make sure that I mention them and that they know they are loved. To all of my siblings, Romy, Brenda, Philly, Tweety, Angel, and Al. I know that many of them are on here right now, and they know how I feel. To my husband's family, who has been incredibly supportive, his siblings, Dara, Russell, Ed, Isom, Curtis, Sheldred, Nisi, and Glenda. Oh my gosh, thank you. To all my sisters and brothers-in-laws, I wish I could have put all you all on here. You know I care about you. And most of all, to my parents, who are no longer here, who gave me life, who shaped my foundation, who allowed me to be me. And sometimes I was really different and special, but they allowed me to be me. In the words of my favorite group, Earth, Wind, and Fire, be ever so wonderful and continue to be who you are. Denise, I know you will take the hands of this organization and go with it. I wish you Godspeed. Thank you, everyone. And I turn it over to Denise. Okay, Lisa, Denise, I need you to come back on. And we have Dr. Reuben Cockrell, and Reverend Mitchell Johnson, who's going to give a benediction. So Denise, I need you to come back on so we can close out. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Today has been a full day of discussion, a full day of action. The conversation has it started a conversation for me to continue on. At this time, I would like to bring on Dr. Reuben Cockrell of Positive Images and Association.
Hello, everyone. Definitely is a pleasure to be here and hearing those words from Linda, and congratulations to the 15 years of hard dedication and work and progressing and move forward. And so in these last couple of minutes that I do have, I would like to just share some recommendations closing out and looking at ways of how we progress and how we move forward. So a couple of minutes, I want to just touch base about what I call tools for intentional excellence for the 21st century Black leader, MPA. So these are my 10 points I want to just talk about as I've listened to today and think about the things that are going on in our society. Number one, we must have a practice to listen more and speak less. When we look at our society, there are so many different things that are going on as a race, as a society, from historical perspective, from a racial perspective, a socioeconomic perspective. However, I am a firm believer that we have to take time out to listen to each other more. People that look like us and people who don't look like us. Because it's fundamental that we must learn to listen to understand versus listen to reply. And in our society, we're doing a lot of listening and replying to one another. And as a result, nothing is being heard. But taking the time out to listen from a multi-generational perspective, listening for understanding. And as we listen for understanding and peel that onion back, we will realize that, you know what, we have more in common than are different. So we must listen more and speak less. Number two, we've got to demonstrate a vision and values worth following. I am a firm believer that vision without action is just a dream. However, action without vision is passing time away. However, vision and action together make the world go round. There were a lot of visionary pieces that were talked about today, but in so many times in meetings like this, it's the emotional hurrah, hurrah. However, what's next? And that's where the hard work comes in. It's about putting the vision that are in place and then putting the action items to go from vision to execution. And we're at a point now that we have tons of meetings, we meet to meet, but we've got to put forth some action in strategic ways. You have some individuals that their focus is Black Lives Matter, and that's great, and it has its place. However, you also have to have other individuals at the table that deal with policy, that deal with procedures. Because in our society, there are three things that move our society. It's programmatic services, effective policies, and economic development. Those are the three things from a multi-generational perspective. So not only do we have to have vision, we've got to put action plans in place and then be able to evaluate those action plans. If they're not working, we've got to be able to make changes. Just like in the business world that they look at strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, we've got to look at our own organizations to look at what are our strength areas? How do we build upon those? What are our weaknesses or our challenge areas? And what are those opportunities that are before us that we're just truly not taking advantage of? Are we not taking advantage of because certain traditions are great, but certain traditions are taking us backwards as a society and as a race. So we've got to be able to evaluate that, to put our pride aside, put our roles and positions aside. That means nothing. It's about the ability to be able to progress and move forward from a succession planning standpoint. When you look at being a futurist, as was mentioned in the last session. So we've got to demonstrate a vision and values worth finding. Number three, we've got to work towards finding common ground with others. And that common ground is very important. You know, a lot of times we see things from the surface, but the ability to be able to peel things back, the ability to be true change agents in our society. We can no longer look at who's the next Martin Luther King, the next Malcolm X. Guess what? Those same characteristics live within you. So we have to look at a self-examination. What am I doing within my own community? What am I doing in the realms that I can control on a local level, in my household, in my street, in a local level, with the youth? So we've got to find those common ground areas. Number 4, know your weakness so you can build a team to make up for them. And this is very important. As leaders, it takes a level of security to understand what are your challenge, your weakness areas. And when you look at our society, you look at the businesses that are very effective. Those leaders, they build upon their strength area, but they put a team around them that are smarter, if not smarter than them, to be able to progress and move forward. But as leaders, if we're so prideful and we feel like we're the best thing since sliced bread and we got to be the smartest in the room, guess what? We're around the wrong circle. And constantly we will be withdrawn out of versus deposited in. So we've got to be able to build teams of different people, ethnicities, and backgrounds to be able to progress and move forward. And number 5 deals with a chapter in my new book coming out called The Consequences of Being Trifling. And one of the chapters I have, it asks one question: what is your word worth? We've got to build a culture of accountability. What is your word worth? Do you follow up? If you say you're going to do something, do you do it? Can people depend upon you? Not by your words, but by your mere actions. There's a famous poem that says, I'd rather see a sermon than hear a sermon any day. People are at a point now from a multi-generational perspective that they'd rather see a sermon than hear one all day, every day. We're at that point about action, how we progress and how we move forward. So examining what is our word worth. Number 6, people want to know that you care before they care what you know. Doesn't matter how many roles, positions we have, how long we've been in a position. People want to know that you care. They want to see you show empathy, understanding what's going on, to be able to relate to others, to be able to speak. They want to know that you care. Doesn't matter if you've been in a position since yesteryear. And that's one of the divisions you see from a multi-generational perspective amongst our races. When you look at the youth, Generation X, Generation Y, they're at a point now where, yes, you may have been in a position, and that's great for however many years, and there's an element of respect that you have to have. However, what are you doing today? Are your policies effective from 1972 versus looking at 2020? Are they effective for now? Some things are, some things are not. And we've got to be willing to evaluate, because guess what? Every generation is important. And those true leaders who are successful, they know how to bridge the gap amongst generations and pull people together, not by our words, but by our actions, to be able to help one another. Next one. Another chapter in my new book, it says, all of us are important, but none of us are necessary. I'll say that again. All of us are important, but none of us are necessary. And this is really important as we look at progressing and moving forward. As we look at this pandemic, one of the things that this pandemic has done is it has exposed a lot of what I call actively retired people at work. A lot of people who are actively retired in government. A lot of people who are actively retired in the education field. It's peeled the onion back. People who said they would never use technology, guess what? We're using technology. And so this pandemic has created an opportunity for self-reflection. Where am I? How do I need to pivot and shift? Am I operating, moving where the puck is going, or where I'm at, where the puck is at? So looking at a self-evaluation to realize that, guess what? We can be replaced tomorrow and people move on.
Dr. Rubin, I need to stop you because I don't want to cut you off, but you got to wrap it up. I'm sorry.
No problem. So we've got just enough is not good enough. Implementing cross-generational mentoring programs. And my last key point I want to leave with, that it's not about degrees, titles, or position, or how long you've been in a role. What really counts is what legacy do you want to leave behind for future generations through your actions and not mere words. It's all about succession planning. And so without further ado, I appreciate this opportunity to share a few words. My information is listed there, and I would love to be of service with you and your organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rubin. I suspect we have all been full on today of information and, more importantly, of optimism. The optimism that comes from a people rooted in faith that have faced trials and tribulations, not because of the God that we serve. We thank Mayor Ford for his leadership, and we bless God for the fellowship and commitment of Linda. God bless you when you're coming in and you're going. My charge here is to give the benediction, and I'm honored to do so. Let us pray. And now may our God bless each and every one of us in our coming in and our going. Bless the words that came from the mouth of every present person who gave a presentation. Bless the hearts that beat within, longing to serve you. And bless the spirits, Father God, that desire to connect with yours. For you already told us that if your people would humble ourselves and pray, seek your face and turn from our wicked ways, you will heal this land. We pray your peace rides with each and every one of us. We pray your grace covers all of our homes and our endeavors. We pray your spirit inhabits us, even now as we leave this place, but never from your presence. In the mighty and matchless name of Jesus, your people say, amen. God bless you all. Look forward to more action and work. Take care.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Reverend Mitchell. He is Reverend Johnson. He is the MPA chaplain. And as a woman of faith, I have always been told that the benediction is usually the last word. So going out of my normal policy, I'm going to close this out because with my experience of over 20 years in the legislative process, I also had the great opportunity to also be in the faith community, which as a chief of staff for and an executive administrator for a bishop. And so most of my work, as oddly as it seems, has been within the faith community and within politics, and educating our pastors on the importance of being involved in politics and trying to dispel the myth about the separation of church and state, especially within our Black community. I am thankful that Linda, and want to give thanks for Linda, and if we can take a moment to all just say thank you, Linda, for all of the work that she's done over the years and creating a platform and program for me to even continue on with. It's been a great work. I'm looking forward to moving the NPA forward. I'm looking forward to working with Mayor Ford and the Honorable Webster Gilroy. Today has been a long day of discussions about what we need to do and how to progress ourselves into the future. As the National Policy Alliance, moving forward, working to, as Mr. Rubin was just mentioning, working to ensure that the policies that we need to have in place, because in order to have a good reentry program or have a good business, we have to impact the policymakers. We have to impact the organizations, and that's why I'm glad about the new program with Mr. Polk on equity and fairness in our business and in these Fortune 500 companies. In order to have small businesses to be sustainable, we have to change some of the laws that govern and define small businesses to allow them to be able to actually participate in business. And so I know that it's been a long day. I thank you for listening. Look forward to working with each one of our partners, each one of the panelists that was on here on our next conference and coming up in the new year. There's several programs that we're looking at implementing so that we can keep the momentum going, and more importantly, that I am on top of legislation that's actually coming forward so that we know how to impact that and to have our voices be heard. So I want to thank you again. Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Mayor Ford. Thank you, Webster Gilroy, for choosing me as the new executive director for the National Policy Alliance. I thank you for those that have been with us all day today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you have any questions, if you have any comments, please feel free to communicate those with us on the MPA link.org. I know there was a couple of questions that had come up today throughout dealing with the Electoral College. We will communicate on those dealing with the reentry. We will have statements posted and answers and positions on those questions that I did see that came up today, so that you know that you were heard. And thank you. Thank you. Bye. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa, Chevelle.
Oh, thank you.
Liz.
Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry. Charge you to my nerves. Not.
Oh, that's all
Thank
right.
you, everybody. I'm looking forward to it.
Bye. Linda out.